Welcome to another story on Cheating Tales Lab. We're so happy to have you here, and today's story is one we think you'll really enjoy. So without further ado, let's begin. Dr. Aaron Foster gripped the steering wheel of his Mercedes, knuckles white against the black leather. The steady hum of the engine and the soft classical music playing on the radio did little to calm his nerves. In the passenger seat, his wife Melissa lolled her head against the window, still groggy from the anesthesia. "How you feeling, honey?" Aaron asked, forcing a smile as he glanced at her. Melissa's response was a mumbled jumble of words, her eyes unfocused. Aaron chuckled softly, remembering countless patients in similar states after wisdom tooth extractions. But this was different. This was Melissa, his wife of 15 years, the mother of his children. Or so he thought. The light turned red, and Aaron eased the car to a stop. He reached over to adjust Melissa's seatbelt, making sure she was secure. As his hand brushed her shoulder, Melissa's eyes snapped open, suddenly alert. "You are an idiot," she slurred, her voice loud and harsh in the quiet car. Aaron blinked, startled. "What? I've been cheating on you from the day we married," Melissa continued, her words becoming clearer with each passing moment. "Also, the kids are not even yours. They're from my ex-lovers. I don't even love you." The world seemed to tilt on its axis. Aaron's breath caught in his throat, his mind reeling from the sudden onslaught of information. He opened his mouth to speak, but no words came out. Melissa wasn't done. "You're so stupid," she giggled, the sound grating against Aaron's ears. So trusting. It was easy. Too easy. The light turned green, but Aaron didn't move. Cars behind him began to honk. With shaking hands, he pulled over to the side of the road, his heart pounding in his chest. "Melissa," he managed, his voice barely above a whisper. "What are you saying?" But Melissa had slumped back against the window, her eyes closed once more. The anesthesia had pulled her back under, leaving Aaron alone with the echoes of her confession. For a long moment, Aaron sat there, frozen. Then, with trembling fingers, he reached for his phone. He opened the voice recorder app and hit record, just as Melissa stirred again. "I never loved you," she murmured, her voice soft but clear. "Not once. Not ever." Aaron felt something break inside him. 15 years of marriage, 2 children, countless memories, now tainted by the poison of her words. He wanted to scream, to shake her awake and demand answers, to drive the car into oncoming traffic and end it all. Instead, he took a deep breath, then another. His hand steadied on the wheel as he pulled back onto the road, his mind racing. If what Melissa said was true, and God, he prayed it wasn't, then he needed proof. Real, solid evidence, not just the ramblings of a woman under the influence of anesthesia. As they drove home in silence, Aaron began to plan. He would gather evidence. He would find out the truth, and then he would decide what to do next. The house loomed before them, a beautiful 2-story colonial that had once felt like a dream come true. Now, it felt like a mausoleum, housing the corpse of his marriage. Aaron helped Melissa inside, tucking her into bed with gentle care that made his heart ache. How could she not love him? How could it all have been a lie? As Melissa drifted off to sleep, Aaron retreated to his home office. He sank into his leather chair, feeling the weight of the world on his shoulders. With shaking hands, he played back the recording on his phone. Melissa's words, harsh and cruel, filled the room. Aaron closed his eyes, letting the pain wash over him. Then, slowly, he opened his eyes. There was work to be done, a truth to be uncovered. And Aaron Foster was nothing if not thorough. He picked up his phone and dialed a number. "Hello? Yes, I need to hire a private investigator. It's about my wife." The next few weeks passed in a blur for Aaron. On the surface, life continued as normal. He went to work at his dental practice, smiled at his patients, and came home to his family. But beneath the facade, a storm was brewing. Melissa seemed to have no memory of her post-anesthesia confession. She went about her days as if nothing had changed, kissing Aaron goodbye in the mornings and chatting about the kids' activities over dinner. Each smile, each casual touch, felt like a knife twisting in Aaron's gut, but he played his part perfectly. If Melissa noticed the tension in his shoulders or the darkness in his eyes, she said nothing. Meanwhile, the private investigator Aaron had hired, a no-nonsense woman named Sarah, was hard at work. Her updates came in encrypted emails, each one another blow to Aaron's crumbling world. Subject M observed entering Flex Fitness at 2:15 p.m. Remained for 90 minutes. Left with mail, identified as Chris Parker, owner of gym chain. Financial records show regular payments to Flex Fitness for personal training sessions. Frequency and amount suggest services beyond standard gym membership. Surveillance photos attached. Subject M and CP an intimate embrace outside local hotel. Aaron pored over each piece of evidence, his heart breaking anew with every revelation. But it wasn't enough. He needed more. One afternoon, while Melissa was at her gym session, Aaron found himself standing in their bedroom, staring at her tablet. He knew her passcode, her birthday, because of course it was. His fingers hovered over the screen. This was it, the point of no return. If he did this, there was no going back. He entered the code. The tablet came to life, and Aaron began to dig. It didn't take long to find what he was looking for. Hidden folders, secret messaging apps, photos that made his stomach churn. Melissa and Chris, tangled together in various states of undress. Messages filled with declarations of love and lust. Plans for rendezvous, thinly veiled as training sessions. And then, buried deep in her email archives, Aaron found something that made his blood run cold. Correspondence with a fertility clinic, dated back to before their first child was born. Discussions about sperm donors, IVF treatments, all hidden from him. The pieces fell into place with sickening clarity. The children, his children, might not be his at all. Aaron sat heavily on the bed, the tablet clutched in his trembling hands. He'd known deep down since that day in the car. But seeing the evidence, stark and undeniable, was something else entirely. He allowed himself one moment of weakness, one choked sob, one anguished cry muffled into a pillow that still smelled faintly of Melissa's perfume. Then he straightened up, wiped his eyes, and got back to work. There were DNA tests to arrange, lawyers to consult, a life to unmake. As he left the bedroom, Aaron caught sight of a family photo on the wall. Melissa, himself, and the kids, all smiling brightly at the camera. Happy, perfect, alive. With careful precision, Aaron took down the photo and placed it face down in a drawer. It was time to face the truth, no matter how bitter it might be. Nature, it seemed, had a twisted sense of timing. Just as Aaron's world was crumbling around him, the earth itself decided to shake things up, literally. The earthquake hit on a Tuesday afternoon. Aaron was at his dental practice, his hand steady as he worked on a patient's molar. The first tremor was gentle, barely noticeable, but then the world seemed to tilt, and the floor beneath them began to roll like a ship on stormy seas. "Everyone out!" Aaron shouted, helping his patient out of the chair. They stumbled towards the exit, dodging falling equipment and shattered glass. Outside, chaos reigned. Car alarms blared, people screamed, and in the distance, a building groaned ominously before collapsing in a cloud of dust. Aaron's first thought was of Melissa and the kids. He fumbled for his phone, dialing with shaking fingers. "Aaron," Melissa's voice was breathless, panicked. "Oh, thank God. Are you okay?" "I'm fine," he replied, surprised by how calm he sounded. "You and the kids?" "We're okay. We're at home. The house there's some damage, but we're safe." Aaron closed his eyes, relief warring with the bitter knowledge of Melissa's betrayal. "Stay there. I'll be home as soon as I can." The drive home was a nightmare of cracked roads and downed power lines. Aaron's dental practice was in ruins, years of work and investment reduced to rubble. But as he navigated the chaos, a plan began to form in his mind. This disaster, it could be an opportunity, a chance to access information that had been out of reach. In the confusion and panic, no one would question him too closely. When he finally reached home, Melissa threw herself into his arms. Aaron held her, breathing in her familiar scent, hating himself for the comfort he still found in her embrace. The kids clung to his legs, tears streaking their dusty faces. Aaron knelt down, gathering them close. DNA test or no DNA test, these were his children. He loved them no matter what. The next few days were a blur of insurance claims, structural assessments, and cleanup efforts. Aaron threw himself into the work, using the physical labor to exhaust himself into dreamless sleep each night. But even as he helped his neighbors and comforted his family, Aaron was plotting. The earthquake had shaken loose more than just buildings. It had created cracks in Melissa's carefully constructed facade, and Aaron was determined to exploit them. One evening, as Melissa was on the phone with their insurance company, Aaron slipped into her home office. The damage from the quake had knocked things askew, and in the chaos, Melissa had grown careless. There, in a drawer that was usually locked but now hung open, Aaron found a treasure trove of damning evidence. Bank statements for an account he'd never known about, correspondence with Chris about their plans for the future. And then, as if the universe itself was conspiring to reveal the truth, Aaron heard Melissa's voice drift in from the next room. "Chris, baby, we need to be patient," she was saying, her voice low and urgent. "Once the insurance money comes through, we'll have everything we need. We can leave this town, start over somewhere new. Just you and me." Aaron's hands clenched into fists, his nails digging crescents into his palms. The pain grounded him, kept him from storming into the room and confronting Melissa then and there. No, he had to be smart about this. He had to play the long game. As he carefully replaced the documents and slipped out of the office, Aaron's mind was racing. He had all the pieces now, all the evidence he needed to tear Melissa's world apart, just as she had destroyed his. But it wasn't enough to simply expose her lies. No, Aaron wanted more than that. He wanted Melissa and Chris to feel the full weight of their betrayal. He wanted them to lose everything, just as he had. As he walked down the hallway, past the family photos that now felt like monuments to a lie, Aaron made a decision. This wasn't just about divorce or revenge. This was war. And Dr. Aaron Foster, the mild-mannered dentist who had been a fool for love, was about to show the world just how dangerous he could be. Dr. Aaron Foster sat in the darkness of his home office, the blue glow of his computer screen casting eerie shadows across his face. His fingers hovered over the keyboard as he stared at the newly created social media profile before him. Alexander Roth, venture capitalist, fitness enthusiast, looking to invest in promising local businesses. It was a lie, of course, a carefully crafted persona designed for one purpose: to ensnare Chris Parker, the man who had stolen his wife and shattered his world. Aaron's jaw clenched as he uploaded a stock photo of a distinguished-looking businessman. It was close enough to his own appearance to be believable if he ever needed to meet in person, but different enough to avoid immediate recognition. With a deep breath, he began to flesh out the profile. Harvard Business School, years of successful investments in tech startups, a recent interest in the health and fitness industry. Every detail was meticulously researched, every claim just plausible enough to withstand cursory scrutiny. As he worked, Aaron's mind drifted to Melissa. Was she with Chris now? Were they laughing about how they'd fooled the idiot dentist for so long? The thought made his hands shake with rage. He forced himself to focus on the task at hand. There would be time for anger later. Now was the time for calm, calculated action. Finally satisfied with his creation, Aaron navigated to Chris Parker's business page for Flex Fitness. His mouse hovered over the message button for a moment before he clicked, a grim smile playing at his lips. "Mr. Parker," he typed, slipping into the persona of Alexander Roth with unsettling ease. "I've recently moved to the area, and I'm impressed by what I've seen of your gym franchise. I'm always on the lookout for promising investment opportunities in the fitness industry. Would you be interested in discussing the possibility of expansion? Aaron hit send, then leaned back in his chair, his heart pounding. The bait was set. Now all he had to do was wait for Chris to take it. He didn't have to wait long. Within an hour, a reply popped up in his inbox. Aaron could almost taste the eagerness in Chris's response. Mr. Roth, I'm thrilled by your interest. I've been looking for investors to help take Flex Fitness to the next level. When can we meet to discuss this exciting opportunity? Aaron allowed himself a moment of satisfaction. Chris was hook, line, and sinker. Now it was time to reel him in slowly, carefully, until he was gasping and helpless on the shore. Over the next few weeks, Alexander Roth and Chris exchanged a flurry of messages. Aaron played his part perfectly, expressing increasing interest in Flex Fitness while dangling the possibility of a multi-million-dollar investment. From his vantage point as the unseen puppet master, Aaron watched as Chris's excitement grew. The gym owner began to talk about expansion plans, about franchising opportunities in neighboring states. He spoke of new equipment, celebrity endorsements, a whole empire built on the Flex Fitness brand. And through it all, Melissa became more and more involved. Aaron saw her name pop up in email chains, heard her voice in the background during video calls with Chris. She was all in on this plan, ready to ride Chris's coattails to a new life of luxury and freedom. It made Aaron sick, but he pushed down the nausea, channeled it into fuel for his revenge. As Alexander led Chris further down the primrose path, Aaron was setting another plan in motion. Late one night, using a secure, anonymous email account, he sent a tip to the IRS. To whom it may concern, he wrote, his fingers flying across the keyboard. I have reason to believe that Chris Parker, owner of Flex Fitness, has been engaging in systematic tax evasion for years. Attached, please find documentation of suspicious financial activities. The documentation was a masterpiece of misdirection and half-truths, just enough real information to spark an investigation, mixed with carefully crafted falsehoods that would lead the IRS down a rabbit hole of Chris's finances. As he hit send, Aaron felt a twinge of guilt. This was more than just revenge. This was destruction, pure and simple. But then he remembered Melissa's words, slurred but crystal clear. I've been cheating on you from the day we married. The guilt evaporated, replaced by cold, hard resolve. Chris Parker had taken everything from him. Now, Aaron was going to return the favor. Melissa Foster hummed to herself as she prepared dinner, a spring in her step that hadn't been there in years. Everything was falling into place. Chris's gym was on the verge of a major expansion, thanks to this mysterious investor. Soon, they'd have the money and the freedom to start a new life together. She felt a twinge of guilt as she heard Aaron's key in the lock. Poor, clueless Aaron. He'd been so supportive lately, even suggesting they invest some of their savings in a joint business venture. It almost made her regret what she was planning. Almost. Honey, I'm home, Aaron called out, his voice warm and loving. Melissa plastered on a smile as he entered the kitchen. Welcome back, dear. How was your day? Aaron kissed her cheek, and Melissa fought the urge to pull away. Busy, but good. How about you? Any exciting plans? Melissa's heart raced. Did he suspect something? No, impossible. Aaron was as oblivious as ever. Oh, just the usual, she lied smoothly. Might meet up with some friends later. Aaron nodded, his eyes unreadable. Sounds nice. Oh. Before I forget, I scheduled Chris for a dental checkup next week. Figured we could offer him a friends and family discount, given how much time you spend at his gym. Melissa nearly dropped the spoon she was holding. Oh, that's thoughtful of you. Aaron shrugged, already turning away. It's nothing. I'm going to grab a shower before dinner. As soon as Aaron was out of earshot, Melissa grabbed her phone and fired off a quick text to Chris. Aaron scheduled you for a dental appointment. Be careful. Upstairs, in the sanctuary of the bathroom, Aaron allowed himself a small, grim smile as he watched Melissa's message pop up on Chris's phone. The spyware he'd installed was working perfectly. Everything was going according to plan. The next week, as Chris sat nervously in Aaron's dental chair, he had no idea that he was walking into a carefully laid trap. "Open wide," Aaron said cheerfully, snapping on a fresh pair of gloves. As he worked, he kept up a steady stream of banal chatter, lulling Chris into a false sense of security. It was almost too easy to swab the inside of Chris's cheek, the DNA sample secured without the other man ever realizing what had happened. Later that night, after Melissa had gone to bed, Aaron carefully packaged the sample and sent it off for testing. One more piece of evidence to add to his growing collection. But DNA wasn't the only thing Aaron was collecting. Over the next few weeks, he set up hidden cameras and microphones throughout the house. It made him sick to his stomach to watch the footage, to see Melissa and Chris in intimate moments in his own home. But he forced himself to review every second, cataloging every betrayal, every lie. And all the while, he played the role of the supportive, clueless husband to perfection. "I really think this business venture could be good for us," he told Melissa one evening, his voice earnest and excited. "We should put the house up as collateral. Show the bank we're serious." Melissa's eyes lit up, and Aaron had to fight to keep the disgust off his face. She was so eager to gamble their life together, not realizing that she had already lost everything. As Melissa agreed enthusiastically, already dreaming of the fortune she thought was coming her way, Aaron was setting the final pieces of his plan into motion. Anonymously, he sent packets of information to Chris's wife and business partners. Photos, text messages, financial records, irrefutable proof of the affair and Chris's financial misdeeds. And then, in a move that would be the final nail in the coffin, Aaron began to manipulate their joint financial records. To anyone looking, it would appear that Melissa had been steadily embezzling funds for months, siphoning off money into her secret account. As he worked late into the night, meticulously falsifying records and creating a paper trail of Melissa's non-existent crimes, Aaron felt a cold satisfaction settle over him. The trap was set. All that was left was to spring it. The storm broke on a Tuesday. Chris Parker was in the middle of a training session when the IRS agents walked into his gym. He watched slack-jawed as they began to box up documents and computers. "What's going on?" he demanded. But the agents merely handed him a warrant and continued their work. Across town, Melissa was enjoying a leisurely lunch with friends when her phone buzzed. A text from Chris. "IRS at the gym. Everything frozen. Call you later." Her blood ran cold. This couldn't be happening. Not now, when they were so close to their dream. But the hits kept coming. By the time Melissa made it home, her world was in free fall. Chris's wife had gone public with the affair, plastering social media with evidence of their indiscretions. His business partners were distancing themselves, issuing statements about their shock and disappointment. And then came the final blow. "Melissa," Aaron's voice was calm, almost gentle, as he approached her in the kitchen. "We need to talk." She turned to find him holding a stack of papers, divorce papers. She realized with a jolt. "Aaron, I can explain," but Aaron held up a hand, silencing her. "Save it, Melissa. I know everything. The affair, the embezzlement, the kids. How long did you think you could keep it all hidden?" Melissa felt the floor drop out from under her. How could he possibly know? As if reading her mind, Aaron continued. "Did you really think I was that stupid? That I wouldn't notice the missing money, the late nights, the lies? I've known for months, Melissa. I was just waiting for the right moment." Melissa's mind raced. The joint business venture, Aaron's sudden interest in their finances, it had all been a setup. She had walked right into his trap. "The kids," she whispered, a last desperate attempt to salvage something. "They're innocent in all this. You wouldn't." "Wouldn't what?" Aaron's voice was ice. "Abandon them? Like you were planning to do?" "Don't worry, Melissa. I'm not like you. I love those kids, even if they're not biologically mine. But make no mistake, you won't be seeing them again." Melissa collapsed into a chair, her world crumbling around her. In the space of a few hours, she had lost everything: her lover, her children, her future. And as she looked up at Aaron, seeing the cold, implacable resolve in his eyes, she realized she had underestimated him all along. This wasn't the meek, trusting fool she had thought she married. This was a man who had systematically dismantled her entire life. As Aaron laid out the terms of their divorce, his voice dispassionate, as if discussing a business transaction, Melissa felt a chill run down her spine. She had thought she was the clever one, playing Aaron for a fool all these years. But in the end, she had been the biggest fool of all. The conference room at Jameson and Hartley law offices felt more like a gladiatorial arena than a place of business. Aaron Foster sat at one end of the long mahogany table, his posture relaxed, almost bored. Across from him, Melissa and Chris fidgeted in their seats, exchanging nervous glances. Aaron's lawyer, a shark in an expensive suit named Michael Hartley, stood by the window, deliberately ignoring the tension in the room. This was Aaron's show, and he knew it. "Thank you both for coming," Aaron began, his voice calm and measured. "I thought it would be best if we discussed the terms of the divorce settlement face-to-face." Melissa's eyes narrowed. "Terms? Aaron, be reasonable. You can't possibly think—" "Oh, I think a great many things, Melissa." Aaron cut her off, a hint of steel entering his tone. "For instance, I think it's time we put all our cards on the table, don't you?" With deliberate slowness, Aaron reached into his briefcase and pulled out a thick folder. He opened it, spreading photos and documents across the table like a dealer at a high-stakes poker game. "What is this?" Chris demanded, leaning forward to get a better look. His face paled as he recognized himself in some of the photos. Intimate moments with Melissa, clandestine meetings, exchanges of money. "This," Aaron said, his voice dripping with false concern, "is what we in the business world call leverage. You see, I've been quite busy these past few months. While you two were planning your grand escape, I was, shall we say, documenting your indiscretions." Melissa's hand flew to her mouth, her eyes wide with shock. You knew? All this time?" Aaron's laugh was cold, devoid of humor. "Oh, Melissa, I knew everything. Your affair, your plans to leave, the truth about the children's parentage. Did you really think I was that stupid?" Chris slammed his fist on the table. "This is blackmail. You can't." "I can and I have," Aaron interrupted smoothly. "But this is just the appetizer. Would you like to see the main course?" He pressed a button on a remote, and the large screen on the wall flickered to life. Security camera footage began to play. Melissa and Chris in various compromising positions, discussing their plans, laughing about how they were fooling Aaron. "You bugged our house?" Melissa whispered, horrified. "Our house?" Aaron's voice was razor-sharp. "You mean the house you were planning to sell out from under me? The home you shared with our children, your children, while carrying on your sordid affair? Yes, Melissa, I bugged our house." Chris stood up abruptly, his chair scraping loudly against the floor. "This is insane. We're leaving. Come on, Melissa." Aaron's smile was predatory. "Oh, I wouldn't do that if I were you, Chris. You see, the authorities are very interested in some of the information I've uncovered. Tax evasion, fraud, misuse of client funds. It would be a shame if all that evidence found its way to the IRS and the police, wouldn't it?" The color drained from Chris's face as he slowly sank back into his chair. Melissa looked between the two men, her world crumbling around her. "What do you want, Aaron?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. Aaron leaned back in his chair, the picture of relaxed confidence. "What do I want? I want justice, Melissa. I want you both to understand the full extent of what you've done. To me, to our family, to everyone who trusted you." He turned to his lawyer. "Michael, would you mind giving us the room for a few minutes? I think it's time for a frank discussion between old friends." As the lawyer left, closing the door behind him, Aaron's demeanor changed. The mask of civility dropped, revealing the raw pain and anger beneath. Did you ever love me, Melissa? Was any of it real? Melissa flinched at the question. I thought I did once, in the beginning. But then you got bored, Aaron finished for her. And instead of being an adult and ending things, you decided to string me along for years. To bear children that weren't mine and let me raise them as my own. To plan your escape while smiling to my face every day. Chris, sensing an opening, tried to interject. Look, man, we never meant. Shut up. Aaron's voice was like a whip crack. You don't get to speak. You're just a symptom of the disease, Chris. A parasite who latched onto a vulnerable woman and exploited her for your own gain. He turned back to Melissa. I want you to understand something. All of this, it's not just about the affair. It's about the years of lies, the manipulation, the way you were willing to destroy our family, to uproot our children's lives, all for your own selfish desires. Melissa's eyes filled with tears. Aaron, please. We can work this out. For the kids. The kids. Aaron's laugh was bitter. You mean the children you were ready to abandon? The ones you lied to me about for years? No, Melissa. You don't get to use them as a bargaining chip now. He stood up, looming over the table. Here's what's going to happen. You're going to sign these divorce papers. You're going to agree to my terms, which, believe me, are far more generous than you deserve. And then you're going to leave. Both of you. You're going to walk out of here and out of my life. Chris, his bravado long gone, spoke up in a shaky voice. And if we don't, Aaron's smile was chilling. Then I release everything. Every sordid detail, every financial transgression, every lie you've ever told. I burn your lives to the ground and salt the earth behind me. It's your choice. The room was silent for a long moment, the weight of Aaron's words hanging heavy in the air. Finally, Melissa reached for the pen, her hand trembling. As she signed the papers, she looked up at Aaron one last time. I truly am sorry, Aaron, for everything. Aaron's face was impassive as he took the signed documents. No, Melissa, you're not sorry you did it. You're sorry you got caught. There's a difference. He gathered his things and moved towards the door. As he reached for the handle, he turned back one last time. Oh, and Chris? I'd start looking for a good criminal defense lawyer if I were you. I hear the IRS is very interested in your financial records. With that, Aaron walked out, leaving Melissa and Chris to face the wreckage of their lives. The whispers followed Melissa through the grocery store aisles, a constant hum of judgment and scorn. She kept her head down, trying to ignore the stares, the not-so-subtle pointing. Did you hear? One voice carried over the others. She cheated on Dr. Foster for years, with that gym trainer no less. And the children aren't even his. Another voice chimed in. Can you imagine? Melissa's hand shook as she reached for a box of cereal. The same brand she bought for years, when she was still Mrs. Foster, still respected, still part of the community. Now, it felt like a relic from another life. She tried to hold her head high in the weeks following the divorce, to brazen it out. But Aaron's influence ran deep in their small town. Slowly but surely, doors began to close. Invitations dried up. Even her closest friends started to distance themselves, not wanting to be tainted by association. Chris wasn't faring any better. The last Melissa had heard, all his gym franchises were in the process of being sold off to cover his mounting legal fees. The IRS investigation had opened a Pandora's box of financial misdeeds, and now he was fighting just to stay out of prison. As for their grand plans of starting a new life together, they'd crumbled to dust in the harsh light of reality. Chris had become bitter, angry, lashing out at Melissa as if she were to blame for all his troubles. Their passionate affair had devolved into a toxic codependence, both of them clinging to the wreckage of their former lives. Melissa finished her shopping and headed to her car, a far cry from the luxury SUV she'd once driven. As she loaded the groceries, a familiar voice called out, "Mom!" She turned to see her children. No, Aaron's children, she reminded herself bitterly, running towards her. Aaron stood a short distance away, watching carefully. "Hey, sweethearts." Melissa forced a smile, kneeling down to hug them. "Are you having fun with your dad?" The older child, Emily, nodded enthusiastically. "Yeah, we're going to the zoo today. Dad says we can see the new tiger cubs." Melissa's heart clenched. She'd been the one to promise that zoo trip months ago, before everything fell apart. "That's wonderful, honey. You'll have to tell me all about it next time I see you." As the children chatted excitedly, Melissa looked up to meet Aaron's gaze. His face was impassive, but she could see the mix of emotions in his eyes, pain, anger, but also a fierce protectiveness as he looked at the kids. He'd kept his word. Despite everything, he'd maintained a relationship with the children, never letting on that he wasn't their biological father. It was a kindness Melissa knew she didn't deserve. "All right, kids," Aaron called out. "Say goodbye to your mother. We need to get going if we want to beat the crowds at the zoo." The children hugged Melissa one last time before running back to Aaron. As they walked away, Melissa heard Emily ask, "Dad, why doesn't Mom come with us anymore?" Aaron's response was too quiet for Melissa to hear, but she saw him kneel down, speaking gently to the children, always a protector, even now. Melissa got into her car, tears streaming down her face. This was her new reality, watching from the sidelines as life went on without her. Later that night, after tucking the children into bed, Aaron sat at his computer, his finger hovering over the send button. On the screen was an email, carefully worded and anonymized, addressed to two men he had never met, but whose DNA ran through the veins of the children he had raised as his own. "You have a right to know," the email read, followed by details about the children, their ages, their names, and the circumstances of their conception. Aaron took a deep breath and clicked send. It was done. He had fulfilled what he saw as his final moral obligation to these innocent lives caught in the crossfire of adult betrayals. As he closed his laptop, Aaron allowed himself a moment of reflection. His time with the children was coming to an end, but he was determined to make their remaining days together count. Every bedtime story, every trip to the park, every shared laugh. These were the memories he would carry with him into his new life. It was a bittersweet realization, but Aaron knew it was necessary. A clean break for all of them. The children would have a chance to know their biological fathers, and he would have the opportunity to truly start anew, unburdened by the constant reminders of Melissa's betrayal. The early morning sun cast long shadows across the empty rooms of the Foster family home. Aaron stood in the doorway of what had once been the master bedroom, a cardboard box in his arms, the last of his belongings, ready to be loaded into the moving truck idling in the driveway. He'd sold the house weeks ago, another step in severing his ties to this town and the life he'd built here. The new owners would be moving in tomorrow, a young couple starting their own family. Aaron hoped they'd be happier here than he had been. As he made his way downstairs, his footsteps echoing in the empty space, Aaron paused by the kitchen counter. A single envelope lay there, his last piece of unfinished business. With a deep breath, he set down the box and picked up the envelope. Melissa was written on the front in his neat, precise handwriting. He had debated long and hard about whether to leave this note, whether Melissa deserved even this small courtesy. But in the end, he decided it was necessary, not for her, but for him. A final act of closure before he left this chapter of his life behind for good. Inside the envelope was a single sheet of paper. On it, words that encompassed all his pain, his anger, and his final goodbye. "Melissa, your ex-lover knows about the kids. Good luck with dealing with that mess. I'm out of all these, leaving this town forever. Goodbye." Aaron placed the envelope back on the counter, positioned so it would be impossible to miss. Then he picked up his box and walked out the front door for the last time. The moving truck was packed and ready to go. Aaron's new life awaited him in a city hundreds of miles away. A new dental practice, bought with the proceeds from the sale of his old one and the favorable divorce settlement. A fresh start, unburdened by the weight of betrayal and lies. As he climbed into the driver's seat, Aaron allowed himself one last look at the house. So many memories, good and bad. The life he thought he'd have, the future he'd planned. All gone now, washed away by Melissa's infidelity and his own calculated revenge. For a moment, doubt crept in. Had he gone too far? The devastation he'd wreaked on Melissa and Chris's lives was complete. They'd lost everything. Their reputations, their livelihoods, their futures. Even the children, who Aaron had grown to love despite their lack of biological connection, would suffer from the fallout. But then Aaron remembered the cold, cruel words Melissa had spoken that day in the car. The years of lies of betrayal. The way she'd been prepared to abandon everything, to tear apart their family for her own selfish desires. No, Aaron decided he hadn't gone too far. He'd simply given Melissa and Chris a taste of the destruction they'd been prepared to visit upon him. An eye for an eye, a life for a life. With a nod of finality, Aaron started the engine. As he pulled away from the curb, he caught a glimpse of a familiar figure at the end of the street. Melissa, standing there watching, her face a mask of regret and loss. Aaron didn't slow down. He drove past without a second glance, his eyes fixed firmly on the road ahead, on his future. The town fell away behind him, growing smaller in his rearview mirror until it disappeared altogether. With each mile that passed, Aaron felt the weight lifting from his shoulders. The anger, the pain, the thirst for vengeance, all of it faded, replaced by a sense of calm purpose. He was Dr. Aaron Foster, and he was starting over. His past was behind him, a cautionary tale and a hard-learned lesson. But his future? That was still unwritten, full of possibilities. As the sun climbed higher in the sky, Aaron allowed himself a small smile. For the first time in years, he felt truly free. The road stretched out before him, long and winding, leading to a new life and new adventures. And somewhere deep inside, in a place he'd almost forgotten existed, Aaron felt the stirring of hope. Not for reconciliation or forgiveness. Those bridges were well and truly burned. But hope for something new, something better. The moving truck ate up the miles, carrying Aaron towards his fresh start. And as the familiar landmarks of his old life faded into the distance, so too did the last vestiges of the man he used to be. Dr. Aaron Foster was gone. In his place was a man tempered by betrayal, hardened by revenge, but ultimately freed by the very acts that had nearly destroyed him. The future was waiting, and this time, Aaron was ready to meet it on his own terms. This is where our story comes to an end. Share your thoughts in the comment section. Thanks for your time. If you enjoy this story, please subscribe to this channel. Click on the video you see on the screen, and I will see you there.
Growing up in a small town, life was predictable yet comforting. My father worked long hours at the factory, while my mother kept our modest home running like a well-oiled machine. From a young age, I learned the value of hard work and consistency. I remember my dad's pride when he bought his first car, a used 1970 Chevy Nova. Though it was old and weathered, the sparkle in his eye whenever he polished it showed me that sometimes material things could be symbols of dreams and ambitions. As I moved into my teenage years, cars became more than just objects. They were symbols of freedom. My friends and I spent weekends tinkering with engines in dimly lit garages. We'd save every penny from part-time jobs to buy parts or take our barely functional cars for joyrides. Those nights were filled with the sound of revving engines and laughter, embedding in me a lifelong passion for automobiles. When I met Dana in college, life took a turn. She was everything I wasn't: spontaneous, adventurous, and bold. She brought out a side of me I didn't know existed. We spent countless hours planning for a future filled with shared dreams. Eventually, we got married and had Erica, our wonderful daughter. I thought I'd achieved the perfect balance of family life and personal passions. Despite the challenges, I cherished the quiet moments we built as a family. Whether it was a late-night movie marathon with Erica or weekend car shows, I tried to create memories that would last. Life wasn't perfect, but in those moments it felt close enough. Little did I know, cracks were beginning to form in the foundation we had so carefully built. Saturdays in the suburbs had their own rhythm, a familiar cadence that carried us through the day. My routine began by driving Erica to swim practice, often swinging by to pick up her friend Kylie on the way. The girls had a packed schedule, group exercises, one-on-one coaching, and strength training sessions. Some lifted weights, while others tested their speed in time trials. When Erica was younger, she asked me to stop watching her practice because it made her nervous. "Go live your life, Dad," she'd say. Now, I drop her off and go home to wash my car. I drive a 2013 Boss 302 Mustang, which I keep in pristine condition by only using it in the summer. In the winter, I drive my other Mustang or Jeep, which handles rough weather better. While I washed the car, Dana did the weekly shopping. When she got home, we joked, and she teased me about fixing the bed. "You better remember the lube," I quipped. "I don't buy stuff for your Mustangs," she shot back, heading upstairs. A few moments later, she returned with her yoga mat, kissed me, and reminded me the bed still needed fixing. "I know," I said, smiling at our playful dynamic. She rolled her eyes, put on her sunglasses, and left for class. That's when I started to relax, enjoying a few hours to finish washing the car before a car show. Life felt perfect. Great wife, wonderful daughter, a nearly paid-off house, and a thriving career. But then my phone buzzed. It was Nancy, frantic. "Eric, I can't reach Dana. Ronnie had a heart attack." I tried to stay calm. "Are you in the hospital?" "We're in the ambulance," she sobbed. "Which hospital?" "CC Cedar Springs in Michigan." I took a deep breath. "Nancy, heart attacks are serious, but not always fatal. Stay calm. I'll get Dana and head there." I kept washing the car as I spoke, finished, and jumped in my everyday Mustang to head to the yoga studio. Dana wasn't answering, and I knew the studio had a no-phone policy. I pulled into the parking lot of Yoga Bear, a place I hated. Dana had been going more after I told her not to, and I didn't like seeing her with those young guys who made snide comments about my cars. I was frustrated, but knew I couldn't control her. I stopped talking to her, even stopped sleeping with her, which got her attention. She started teasing me. "The guys in your yoga class see more," I'd joke. "They can't touch," she'd wink back. In the end, she won. After weeks of passive resistance, I gave in when she joined me in the shower. "Stop being like that," she said. "The only one this hurts is you." She continued yoga but cut back to 2 classes a week. Saturdays, when we did family activities, the lack of closeness frustrated her. We often fought about it, and Erica would defend me. "But Dad loves these cars, and I love my dad," she'd say. Hearing Erica stand up for me gave me a warm feeling. I loved Dana, but I'd do anything for Erica, even carrying her to bed when she was too old for it. Later, the argument continued. Dana whispered, "Why are you such an a-hole?" "I put up with your running around," I muttered. "I put up with your obsession with Mustangs," she shot back. "It's not the same," I said. "When I run, I'm alone. When I'm done, I go home." Dana raised her voice. "And with the cars?" "I always check with you before big purchases," I explained. "Even though it's my money, everything is ours." She nodded but asked, "If everything's ours, why do you act like an idiot when I drive one of our cars?" "Because your car's dented and scratched," I muttered. "So you think I'll wreck our cars?" she teased. "I protect my body, just like you protect the cars," she said. "Yoga keeps me in shape so you don't have an out-of-shape wife." "But why without clothes?" I asked. "It's not about the nudity," she replied. "I love this place and the people. But when you reject me, it makes me feel worthless," she added. We agreed to think it over, but the issue lingered. Later, I showed up at the studio to pull Dana out of class. The receptionist, Indira, nodded as I explained. "She's in the office," the instructor, a bearded guy I called Jesus, told me. "Dana's getting one-on-one lessons with the guru." I felt irritation rise. The guru was a vegan, anti-car type I didn't want near my wife. "Keep this between us," he whispered. "Dana's struggling, so the guru's giving her extra lessons." I nodded and headed for the back. Just then, a message from my mother-in-law about my father-in-law's hospital room came through. I opened the door to find Dana tangled in a yoga pose with the guru. My voice cut through the room, and Dana screamed in pain as he pushed too hard on her leg. "Hi, guys," I said coldly. They froze, and Dana screamed. "What's going on here?" I demanded. "This looks more like Zex than yoga." "I swear you didn't see what you think you saw," the guru stammered. "Now you're quoting Will Smith?" I said incredulously. Before he could backpedal, I punched him. He went down hard, spitting out teeth. Dana groaned, clutching her leg. I snapped. While you were cozying up with him, your dad had a heart attack. Stunned, Dana asked if I was going to the hospital. Remember when I bought my Mustang? You made me promise no promiscuous women would ever get in it. Well, guess you're not getting a ride now, I shot back. I turned to leave, the weight of the moment sinking in. Just moments ago, I was happily married. Now, everything was falling apart. On my way out, I ran into the yoga instructor and one of his disciples, blocking my path. Listen, Jesus, I said, keeping calm. If you don't move, I'll show you just how unpleasant this can get. The tattooed guy scoffed, so I grabbed his glasses and set them on the floor. He scrambled to find them, only to step on them and curse. Move, I told the instructor, and he stepped aside. As I left, chaos erupted in the reception area. Indira was trying to calm an angry crowd demanding refunds, but I couldn't focus on anything but the storm in my mind. It took me 10 minutes to get to the hospital, another 5 to find my mother-in-law. She was barely holding it together. As soon as I hugged her, she broke down. They put a stent in one of his arteries, she sobbed. Now he's going vegetarian. No more fried food, no snacks, no barbecue, nothing unhealthy. I squeezed her tightly, trying to smile. Maybe wait until he's recovered before telling him that... Why? She asked, still crying. It doesn't matter what he thinks, I replied. He'll be fine. She looked confused. But when he finds out, he'll wish he never lived. Where's Dana? She asked, changing the subject. She's at yoga, I said. I came here after telling her what happened. She'll be here soon. You're a good son-in-law, Eric, she said, hugging me again. About half an hour later, the surgeon came in with good news. My father-in-law would recover with some diet changes and light exercise, but he'd need to stay off work for 3 weeks, longer if his job was physically demanding. While my mother-in-law asked questions, I noticed the surgeon was an older, beautiful Indian woman I'd seen before, but I couldn't place her. After the surgeon left, we went up to the room. 10 minutes later, Dana was wheeled in, her leg propped up. Like Dad? She asked. What happened to you? My mother-in-law asked, shocked. Dana looked at me, pleading for help, then answered, I pulled a muscle in yoga, like Dad. My mother-in-law filled Dana in on her father's condition, but Dana kept staring at me. I needed to leave. So, how was the car show? Dana asked. I couldn't go, I said flatly. Your mom called me, and some things are more important. You always put family first, Dana said with a strained smile. We can forgive anyone. Things happen and we move on. Dana, what are you talking about? Her mother asked. Eric knows your dad didn't have a heart attack to stop him from going to the car show, Dana continued, stumbling over her words. No one owes anyone forgiveness. You're not making sense, her mother said, frustrated. Dana looked embarrassed. I saw my chance to leave. Dana, with your leg, you won't be able to pick up Erica from the mall. I should go, I said, relieved. You two can pick me up later. I think it's better if you go home with Mom, I suggested. She shouldn't be alone. I'll call you later. I hugged my mother-in-law and left, the weight of everything sinking in. I drove to the mall, parked, and texted Erica to let me know when she was ready. In the car, I looked up divorce lawyers. The reality hit me now. My father-in-law and I were in the same boat. Both happy earlier, now facing life-changing situations. His problems were physical, mine emotional. He'd need to change his lifestyle to survive. I had to decide if I could look at Dana again. Her smile, her face, how could I ever sleep with her again? She was no longer the woman I loved. She was a problem to fix. I felt numb, like my heart had stopped. The phone rang. It was Dana. Eric, she said, regretful. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. It won't happen again. I stayed silent. Her breathing was heavy. Dana, was this the first time? I whispered. Not really, she sobbed. It's not even the first time with M, right? I didn't need more answers. It means something, Dana, I said coldly. It means the woman I married is a cheater, and this probably won't last.
My heart raced, and pain shot through me like a punch to the stomach. I struggled to breathe and felt nauseous. What's wrong? My mom asked. I didn't want her to know, and I didn't fully understand it myself. Nothing, Mom, I lied. Eric and I were just talking about how lucky we are that Dad is okay. Desperate, I called Erica. What? She answered sleepily. That's not how you answer the phone, young lady, I scolded her. Oh, hi, Mom, she mumbled. I was tired from swimming and walking around the mall. Where's your father? I asked. trying to stay calm. "He's outside washing his car," Erica replied. "He doesn't feel well. Can you ask him to pick up the phone?" I asked my mom to talk to Eric, but she said, "You know how he is when he washes the car. I'll tell him to call you when he's done." She hung up, and I was furious. Eric had spoiled Erica so much, she did whatever she wanted without consequences. I waited for the phone to ring, but when I couldn't stand the pain anymore, I took some painkillers and fell asleep. When I woke up, the house was empty, and I realized I had slept much longer than expected. A cold shiver ran down my spine. I had no idea where my mom or Eric were. I dialed Eric's number, but it went straight to voicemail, which freaked me out. Normally it rang a few times before going to voicemail. Now it was blocked, and all my messages would be deleted. I called Erica again. After a long pause, she answered, "Yes, Mom?" "Where are you?" I asked. "Dad took us to the movies," she said. "Then he's going to the hospital to visit his grandfather. Did you know he had a heart attack? Anyway, Sarah's mom will pick us up after the movie, and Dad will get me from her house." I decided I needed to talk to Erica. Eric had spoiled her so much that she only listened to him. This morning proved that. Eric had arranged everything for her and left me out of the picture. I calmed down a little, remembering Erica was only 10. She was a kid, and spoiled ones often think the world revolves around them. How could I explain everything to Eric? I knew it would take time to fix things, but I was sure I could. I took another painkiller and went back to sleep. For the next few days, I stayed in bed, letting my leg heal. I called my dad but felt incredibly lonely. My mom seemed angry with me, and I didn't know why, so I asked her. "You never came to the hospital," she snapped. "Eric's been there every day. He even brought Erica a few times." "Mom," I said, "the doctor said I might need surgery if I strain my hip." "I'll make it up to Dad," I added, feeling desperate, "but he'll probably recover faster than I will." Frustrated, I called Peggy. After telling her everything, she replied, "You're taking this too seriously. You should divorce him." "It won't work," I said. "Eric makes more money than I do, but not enough for me to get much alimony." "Quit your job then," Peggy suggested. "Why work when he can take care of you?" I laughed. "Why does he put up with me?" "You married him because you were pregnant and thought it was your best option," she reminded me. "You were going to leave him when Erica got older, and you could cheat him out of child support. He'll do anything for Erica, even though she's not his—" "Peggy, shut up," I snapped. "My mom's here, and she doesn't need to hear your crazy ideas." "Why are they crazy?" she asked, genuinely confused. "Think about it," I said. "You can have as many guys as you want, but who's going to really care about you? Who's going to be there when you're sick? Who loves you? Peggy, you can find men to entertain you, but who's going to love you for who you are?" The line went quiet for a while. Finally, I spoke again. "Peggy, neither of us can fit into our old cheerleading outfits." After a long pause, Peggy sighed. "For some reason, Eric still thinks I'm hot. He gets jealous when other guys look at me. He'll love me forever, but I just broke his heart. I'm so stupid." "Okay," Peggy said. "We need a new plan." A few minutes later, my mom came in and mentioned Eric had dropped off some clothes for me. I was furious. "I would never allow that disrespect in your home," I told her. Peggy and I brainstormed ways to win Eric back, but nothing seemed to work. Eric left me messages through my mom and Erica, suggesting I leave town while I healed. I didn't know how much he had told Erica, but things had cooled between us. Erica thought I had abandoned her, and I never had a chance to explain why. Then Peggy had an idea. "Give me a divorce," she said. I nearly slapped her. "You're crazy." "Trust me," she said. "If Eric thinks he's going to lose you and Erica, he'll beg you to drop the divorce. If it goes further, we'll ask for counseling." I found a new lawyer, and Peggy set things in motion. Eric got called into work, and my bad feeling only grew. We hired a tough bailiff to deliver the summons, and when Eric took the envelope, I saw a tear fall down his cheek. It struck me hard. My lawyer wanted to meet with Eric's lawyer, but Eric refused. He wanted to go straight to court. The judge ordered Eric to counseling, but he refused, and a hearing was scheduled. When I dressed up for the court, I thought I might be winning. But when Eric walked in, I saw how much he'd been hurting. The judge soon revealed the truth. I had set the trap for myself. The recording played, showing that Eric had known everything all along. When it ended, I looked at him and his eyes were empty. "Eric, I began, but he cut me off. "You don't know everything," he said coldly. "What else do I need to know?" I asked. "You didn't marry me because you loved me," he said. "You married me to raise someone else's child, and you've been cheating on me. If I hadn't caught you, you would have left me once Erica was old enough." "Eric, you don't understand." "You fooled me," he interrupted. "I loved you like there was no tomorrow, but it was all fake." Eric unknowingly broke my heart, but I knew there was no convincing him my feelings had changed. "That's one of the worst things I've heard," the judge said. "Your divorce is approved. No alimony." He looked at me. "You have a choice. Jail for fraud or give up your rights to the house." "He can take the house," I whispered. The judge nodded. Eric turned to me. "I'll need time before I tell Erica about the divorce," I said. "It's going to be hard." "Don't do this," he replied. "Do you know who her father is?" he asked. "Eric, this was my first time away from home. I was reckless," I said, shaking. "I chose you because you were cute and stayed when I told you to leave." "How do you know she's not mine?" he asked. "DNA test," I answered. 2 years ago." I cried for hours, then decided never to tell him. "She doesn't know. She loves you. You're the only dad she's known. I need time." "Don't do this," he said again. "It's enough for one of us to be heartbroken," he added. "I'll pay child support and we'll share custody." "Why did you—" I started. "I love her too," he said. "She's all I have left. We'll tell her when she's older." "What about the divorce?" I asked. "Could we?" I looked at him. "She'll be fine," he said. "She has friends with divorced parents." The judge glared at me. "If I see you again, you're going to jail," he muttered. As I left the courtroom, all I could think about was how to win Eric back. Despite the hurt, Eric's decision to stay in Erica's life spoke volumes. I knew he needed space to heal, so I decided to wait. "It was a trap," Peggy hissed. "What do you mean?" I asked. "I spoke to Mitch," she said. "Eric and his lawyer planned everything. He had the evidence but didn't file for divorce right away. He was waiting for you to pay the legal fees." "He loves your child, not you," she added. "He gets the house, no alimony, and half custody." Over the following weeks, things got worse. Eric insisted I tell my parents the truth, but not about Erica's paternity. My dad was disappointed, but supportive. My mom was furious, kicking me and saying, "Next time, Dana, men your age want younger women." "Eric must have been crushed, but he never said anything bad about you," she added. "He came to the hospital every day. He took care of your dad and Erica while you pretended to be hurt." "It was a serious injury," I protested, but no one believed me. I realized I'd destroyed my marriage and hurt my relationship with my parents. I stayed with them until I found an apartment, but things didn't improve. The next day, my mother handed me the phone, disgusted. "Dana, I need your help," the voice on the phone said. I froze. "What do you want?" I snapped. "Haven't you cost me enough?" "My yoga studio shut down because of Eric," he said. "He's suing me for ruining your marriage." I laughed. I was actually pleased Eric thought losing me was worth suing someone. "From what I hear, these lawsuits rarely go anywhere," I said. "It's not about money. He's suing for $25, but he's really trying to ruin me." "And now everyone knows about me, my wife, and our problems," he continued. "My wife's a heart surgeon, and this is wrecking her career." I felt sympathy for his wife. She didn't deserve this. "Let me make one call," I said. "Are you calling Eric?" he asked. "No," I replied. "He won't pick up, but I know someone who will." A few minutes later, I called my mom. "What now, Mom?" she said. "Dad's taking me to Cold Stone."
For her age, she was stunning. Smooth, creamy, coffee-colored skin and deep brown eyes that glowed with intelligence, though sadness lingered there. "French fries aren't great for your heart," she started. "I run a lot. I can afford it," I replied. "What's your 5K time?" she asked. 5:30 p.m., I said, proud. "Wow, that's fast," she said. "In college, I couldn't get under 20 minutes. Despite everything, her smile revealed who she was, and I liked her instantly. It made me feel small, especially considering how I'd acted. I realized I'd been punishing the innocent along with the guilty. She wasn't to blame for what our spouses did, just like I wasn't. "How can I help, doctor?" I asked sincerely. "Let me help you," she said. "I know you're hurting, so am I." "I'll drop the lawsuit and media coverage, everything," I offered. "What's it going to cost me?" She smiled. "I've already offered your lawyers $500,000. I can't afford more," I said, though I knew she could. "How's your divorce going?" I asked. "We have 6 kids," she smiled. "We have an old-fashioned marriage. No divorce." I smiled back. There was an undeniable attraction between us. "If you're thinking what I'm thinking, we need to keep it a secret," she said. "It would make us no better than them," I replied. "It's a shame we're better than the people we married," she added. "How much money does your husband have?" I asked. "I don't want your money, but I want to hurt him," she said. "He probably has $150,000 from my dowry and 2 years' rent on a yoga studio that's now closed." "That's exactly what I want," I said. $150,000 and the studio, but I offered you 3 times that," she laughed. "You're not yourself." "I did it to hurt him," I said. "I never meant to hurt you, but promise me you won't replace his money." "I'd like to hurt him too," she said, "but I won't give him any money except for household expenses." So I became the owner of a closed yoga studio. With a good job and little debt, it was a nice surprise. I bought a 2003 SVT Cobra convertible and put the rest into a college fund for Erica. 2 cars still remained on my dream list, a '67 Fastback and a 2014 Shelby GT 500. My in-laws didn't understand my love for cars, but they were glad I was planning for Erica's future. My mother-in-law seemed sad, so I asked her about it. "It's hard to accept I'll only have 1 grandchild," she said. "Is there no chance for more?" I hugged her. "She never loved me," I said. "If it weren't for Erica, she wouldn't have married me. I was too boring." "You need to talk to her," my mother-in-law said. "Her feelings for you changed. She loved you by the end." "I think she just got used to me," I said. "I was like an old pair of shoes. This isn't the love I want, but she'll find someone else. Maybe you'll get more grandkids." In the next weeks, I focused on work and making life easier for Erica. The fact that she wasn't my biological daughter didn't matter. I'd raised her, and legally she was mine. The first week went smoothly. Erica and I stuck to our routine: school runs, activities, cooking, homework, avoiding the big change. By week 2, Dana still didn't have a place to stay, and I had Erica again. But by week 4, Erica started speaking negatively about her mother, and I got involved. I visited my in-laws with a plan. "Listen, Mrs.," I began. "Eric, you've always called me Nancy or Mom," she said, surprised. "I'm not your son-in-law anymore." I shrugged. "Who said that?" she asked. "I have an idea," I said. "Erica's angry about Dana's absence." "I know she hasn't found a place yet. Let's give Dana the house next week so she can have her turn," Nancy said. She hugged me. "That's a great idea. Where will you stay?" "I'll rent a room near work," I said. "No," she replied. "Stay in the guest room upstairs." So I stayed with my in-laws for a week. On Saturday, I invited them to dinner. Sunday, I arranged for Erica to go to an amusement park. After my run, I returned to a messy house. Erica had tried to clean, but it was chaos. After a quick cleanup, I was pulling Erica's clothes from the dryer when Pam's mom called to say she was on her way. "I missed you so much, Daddy," Erica said, hugging me goodbye. I went to change into my running clothes and found Dana, half drunk, on my bed. When I opened the door, she stirred. I grabbed my clothes, threw my sneakers over my shoulder, and left. I changed in the kitchen and headed out. My phone rang. It was Dana. "Erica's gone," she said. I calmly explained everything. "Oh," she said, "you're really good at this single-parent thing." "I need to get it together," I replied. "It's easy for me," I added. She cried. "She loves you more." "I understand," she said, voice breaking. "I'm a witch who destroyed my family." "Have you ever thought you feel better because you have the damn house?" she asked bitterly. We fell silent, then I heard her sobbing. I didn't mean to, but I said it. "It's easy for me because she's all I have." "You have a big family," she said. "I was an only child," I replied. "My parents died before we met. I'm obsessed with Erica because she's all I've got." Her gasp was audible. "I'm sorry, Eric," she said weakly. "I don't handle this well. I might have a place to stay, but I don't want some apartment. I want the house I chose that you paid for," I said. "That's not right," she protested. When I first came here, it felt empty. Without you, this house means nothing. I want my family back. I want my husband back." She paused. "I saw that Indian guy last week. He and his wife are working on things. Why not us?" "I don't have all the answers," I said. "I need to pick up Erica." "Okay, Eric," she said softly. "Do you think we could ever talk about—" I hesitated. "Someday," I said. "But not now. It's too soon. I'm not strong enough. Bye, Dana." I meant everything I said, but the anger inside me was overwhelming. Dana's betrayal had shattered me. I didn't trust women anymore, not even the ones I worked with. It wasn't healthy, but a counselor told me it was normal, and I needed to release it. I reached out to divorced friends who had experienced infidelity. We formed a support group, and at our third event, we turned the yoga studio I inherited into our clubhouse, with help from contractor members. The place became a man cave, with bars, TVs, a gym, and punching bags. We installed a sign, BBC. Some guys didn't like it, but we joked, "Welcome to the Broken Hearts Club." The club became a success, with trips, parties, and activities. But one day, at the club, a woman approached me while I was washing my car. "Thanks," I said as she handed me a microfiber cloth. Her voice was deep, raspy, and melodic, sexy, with a southern accent. I couldn't stop staring at her. She was everything I didn't expect. "You hate women, remember?" she teased. "Why should I do you a favor?" I said coldly. "Because Nancy says her brother-in-law is the sweetest guy ever," she grinned. I softened. "What favor?" she laughed. "I want you to break the rules of this man-hater club." "No way," I said. "Not me, Eric," she teased. "My dad." "Did your mom cheat on him?" I asked. "Never," she replied. "But she lied to him." "That's almost worse," I muttered. She shared a story about her parents, high school sweethearts who'd been through illness, recovery, and rebuilding. But her mom kept the truth about her cancer from her dad until she passed away. "My dad's devastated," she said, "and angry. He feels betrayed." She wanted me to help her dad cope. I agreed to meet him. The next day, we hit it off with her dad, Tom, a big, strong man with a massive truck. Tom joined the BBC, and the club thrived with trips and parties. But one day, I spotted her on a ridge. It was her. She teased, "You're still at war with yourself." I was taken aback. "What are you doing here?" She explained how her dad was struggling with grief, and it hit me hard. "I think you're still stuck," she said softly. I was surprised by her insight. "You haven't told me what you and Ralph are doing here." She explained that her dad needed help. I agreed to help. The next day, she left with a smile. "Nancy was right. You're really cute." I barely stopped myself from kissing her. "Drive safe," I said, conflicted. She laughed. This wasn't over.
"Dana, get up! You're late for work!" My mom's voice cut through my hangover like a shovel through mud. "You don't need to go to work today," I muttered. "I took some time off. It was selfish and stupid." "Dana, you've got Erica next week," she replied. "You could handle it then." My brain wasn't functioning yet, still clouded by booze. "Why can't I just get a break for a few days?" I snapped. "Why can't I relax and breathe?" She answered quickly. "You've had that for 10 years. You divorced him, remember? Now you need to work and take care of things like everyone else." I stood up and realized I was still in the clothes from last night. "Dana, you look ridiculous and smell like booze," she said. I walked past her into the bathroom. "Mom, I'm in my 30s, I said. "I can have fun sometimes. It's part of my plan. I can't do anything for a year, so I might as well get it out of my system." "Dana, what are you talking about?" she asked. "Every article online says it takes a man a year or two to get over a betrayal," I explained. "If I try to get Eric back too soon, he'll just be angrier, and he's already angry." "Did you know he's the president of some woman-hating club?" she asked. "Yeah, I know," I said. "But now I get why. Eric's too good to act that way without a reason. You cheated on him." I was stunned. Over the past couple of months, things had been spiraling. My relationship was falling apart. My parents looked at me like I was a burden. I felt like a parasite doing nothing but slowing everyone down. Even my daughter seemed like she blamed me. I tried to tell her Eric was the reason I left, that I'd come back once he allowed it. But hearing how well Eric was doing without me, his promotions, raises, was unbearable. Peggy was the only one who understood. After giving me terrible legal advice, she felt guilty and started helping me adjust to life without Eric, even encouraging me to go out and let loose. "Think about it, Dana," she said. "You're not cheating. You're not married anymore." So I did. I went out a lot, met new people. It wasn't planned, but Peggy said I was young and needed to get this wildness out of my system. After a couple of months, I thought it would be over. But the truth was, I never really understood why I started sleeping around in the first place. It was just a quick fling with my yoga instructor, nothing that threatened my marriage. Eric was the one I truly cared about, but lately, everything was reminding me that I couldn't get back what I had with him. Peggy helped me realize something. I was looking for the love I had with Eric. Every guy I slept with just reminded me of how good he was. He loved me. They didn't. That was the difference. And now, the people I slept with were all linked to Eric. If it ever came out, there'd be no going back. As the memories cleared, I faced a new problem. My mom was right. I had Erica next week. But I'd promised Peggy I'd go to Vegas with her. My job search had been unsuccessful. I'd missed too many days and was fired for poor productivity. And staying at my parents' place was getting more uncomfortable every day. They were getting tired of me. And Eric certainly wouldn't let me stay in the house again after I left it in such a mess. I thought about calling Eric to ask if he could keep Erica for another week. He'd probably say no, but I knew he'd stick to the schedule. It would mean he'd have her for 3 weeks straight. And despite not being her biological father, he loved her like she was his own. As I thought about it, I realized that Eric was such a good dad to Erica. But I had messed everything up. I had convinced Eric she was his, but it turned out she wasn't. That DNA test had shattered me. If I'd handled things differently, maybe I'd still be with him. Maybe I'd have the perfect life. Instead, I was living at my parents' house like a failure. I took a deep breath and decided to call Eric. "Hello?" he answered, his voice calm and familiar. "Eric, I need your help," I said, unsure how to phrase it. "Why me? We're not married anymore," he replied, almost playfully. "This is about Erica," I said quickly. "I need to leave town next week. Could you take care of her?" His tone softened. "What's going on?" "I need to go out of town next week. Could you take care of Erica?" I asked, trying to sound casual, but my voice betrayed me. "I was going on a cruise," he sighed. A cruise? I couldn't believe it. Here I was struggling to get by, and he was going on a cruise, and he hadn't even considered taking me. "I'll call you back," he said. "I have an idea." I didn't know what to think. Maybe he was going to make some arrangement to take Erica. I was left in disbelief. 20 minutes later, he called back. "I arranged everything," he said, sounding too pleased with himself. "Have a nice trip." I was furious. I had dreamed of going on that cruise. It was on my bucket list. But I realized too late that Eric had never even considered taking me. It could have been an opportunity for us to reconnect, but that door had closed. Before I could say anything, he hung up. It was like he knew how I would react. I called him again. "What, Dana?" he asked, clearly irritated. "I just wanted to thank you and tell you I'm sorry you'll miss your cruise," I said, voice tight. "Erica has a great dad." "I'm taking her on the cruise," he interrupted. "I called her teacher. She can miss school. Bye." The call ended. I stood there staring at the phone, feeling worse than ever. I was about to make a stupid decision, but I had to. I called Peggy. "I'll go to Vegas with you," I said, trying to sound upbeat. "What's going on?" she asked, confused. "He's ruining my life again," I said. "So you're worried about your ex-husband now?" she asked, almost disbelieving. "And you're planning to go with guys from another state?" "He's going on a cruise, and I can't even pay for an apartment. He planned it all last minute," I said. "Let's just go to Vegas and have fun," she suggested, trying to cheer me up. "But how are we going to pay?" I asked, already knowing the answer. "I have a rich friend who throws parties," she said. "It'll be fine." I wasn't so sure, but I didn't have many other options, so I went along with it. I called Erica, sure Eric wouldn't want to talk to me, but Erica was thrilled about the cruise and couldn't stop talking about it. The more she told me, the angrier I became. This was my dream trip. I wanted to be there. But then I realized maybe a cruise was the perfect opportunity to get closer to Eric again. I called the cruise line. The prices for a private cabin were outrageous. Worse, Most cabins were already reserved. The ship was sold out. It made sense now. Eric had probably booked it through his woman-hating club, securing discounted rooms. This divorce had changed everything. I had focused so much on Eric and me that I ignored my relationship with Erica. She was getting closer to him while I drifted further away. I promised myself I'd fix things with Erica when I came back. But I couldn't help thinking about all the things I was still avoiding. Finding a job, getting an apartment, getting Eric back. And now, fixing my relationship with Erica. I didn't know when I'd get around to it.
Later, I was talking to the guys about the trip, and everything was fine. All 40 club members were on board, and I wasn't the only one bringing a guest. Will had brought his mom, a lively, funny woman. I had to decide whether to bring Erica. I didn't want to be distracted by her while managing the club's needs, but I also wanted her to have fun on the cruise. Nancy thought it was a good idea, but her husband's recovery was slower than expected, limiting her options. So I asked if Erica could stay with Nancy and her husband for a while. Now, standing on the deck, I was scanning the crowd, wondering where Erica was. Suddenly, I heard her voice. "Jenny!" she called out, excited. I turned, shocked. Erica had been so attached to me during the flight, and now she was talking to a complete stranger. How did she even know her name? Jenny was stunning. Dressed in an elegant white hat and a form-fitting blue dress, she exuded confidence. She grinned at me, teasing, "You're looking again." I froze. "I was just worried you wouldn't be able to handle it." She laughed, clearly not taking me seriously. "Dad and I got here ahead of you. We've already figured out what we'll do." Erica wanted in. "I want to have fun too." Jenny winked at her. "We'll let your dad join us if he's good." The next few days were a blur of fun. I spent most of my time with Erica and Jenny, enjoying the cruise and getting to know the guys. But 2 days before disembarking, everything took a turn. Erica and Jenny were at the pool, and I went to join them after the club's competition. I sat down next to a guy I knew, someone from another group. He was chatting about a girl nearby, making crude remarks. My temper flared, but before I could act, Tom grabbed my hand. He turned to the guy. "You know her?" The guy didn't realize who he was talking to. "You're part of that club, the ones who hate women?" Tom, unfazed, punched the guy hard, knocking him off his chair. The guy's friend surrendered immediately. The crew came over, but I lied, saying the guy just fell off the chair. Afterward, Tom joked that we were in a gay club to confuse them. Jenny walked over, concerned. "Are you okay?" "I almost kicked the guy," I muttered. Tom laughed. "I punch him first." Jenny winked. "You can kick the next one." Later, Tom and I sat down to discuss club business. He had a serious look. "We need to talk about your future here," he said. "What if you leave the club?" I was confused. "What do you mean?" Tom reminded me of last night's dinner. "What did Jenny eat?" "Spaghetti with shrimp," I replied. "And me?" I thought for a moment. "You had steak?" Tom leaned back. "See my point?" I still didn't get it, but Tom went on. "Jenny's not the same. She used to wear jeans and tees, but now she's buying fancy clothes. Something's changing." Before I could respond, Jenny and Erica returned, ready for dinner. Erica looked at me. "We're tired of eating out. Let's grab something from the buffet and sit on the deck." I smiled at her. "Sounds good." I noticed my daughter's accent was shifting. She started dropping the G at the end of words and stretching syllables. "What were you and my dad talking about?" Jenny asked, narrowing her eyes. "Some secret Water Buffalo Lodge stuff?" "I don't know," I replied. "We talked about your dinner, the club, your clothes, and trains." Jenny smiled. "I need a favor," she said, her eyes sparkling. I raised an eyebrow. "What's up?" She winked. "Want to ask what it is?" Her tone grew serious. "Get dressed and take me dancing," she grinned. "Okay," I said. "Erica's probably asleep by now. All that swimming wore her out." "Ellie's watching her," Jenny reassured me, her smile lighting up everything. I asked Tom and Will to look after me that evening. They were more than happy. "Where are you going?" Tom asked. Dancing," I said. "Damn trains," he muttered. "They can't be stopped." I took a quick shower and changed into a tuxedo. I adjusted my tie a few times before settling on a red bow tie, James Bond style. I felt pretty good. I knocked on Jenny's door, and she opened it before I could knock again. "Shh," she whispered. "She's resisting sleep." "Where are we going?" Erica asked, barely holding back a yawn. "Sleep," I said, kissing her forehead. She mumbled, "I love you, Daddy," as I carried her back to bed. When I turned around, Jenny was standing there, wearing a stunning black dress. I couldn't take my eyes off her. She smiled at me, and everything else faded. We didn't really dance. We just stood there, holding each other, swaying a little. At one point, I got drinks. I grabbed a vodka martini for myself, shaken, not stirred, and a glass of chilled white wine for Jenny. For someone who hates women, you're actually pretty confident, Jenny teased. I feel so warm and safe. Suddenly, I rushed to the side of the ship, looking at my drink in disgust. This is horrible. Jenny took a sip, then spit it out. It tastes like medicine. I shrugged. It's a vodka martini, shaken, not stirred. Why would you order this? She asked, surprised. I paused. Being with you makes me do stupid things. I wanted to feel like James Bond tonight. Jenny smiled and put her hand over my mouth, silencing me. If you were trying to get in my pants, it'd work. I was stunned, not sure how to respond. Let's get back to dancing, she said, pulling me toward the floor. We stood there, lost in each other's eyes. The lights around us seemed dim in comparison to her gaze. Eric, I can't breathe, she murmured, her face pressed against my chest. I loosened the hug, but she held me tighter. That's not the point, she said softly. You can hold me as tight as you want, but it feels like there's just not enough air. We stepped out onto the deck, under the moonlight. It felt like the two of us were the only ones in the world. A voice in my head said, resistance is futile. And then our lips met. Time stood still. When we finally pulled away, my heart was racing. Jenny, I started. She laughed. I know, stupid. Just shut up and kiss me again. I thought to myself, this is perfect. I want to remember this forever. But reality intervened. What the hell? A voice shouted from behind us. Hey, it's Eric, someone else called. Some woman is attacking him, another voice added. Damn trains, a familiar voice muttered. The moment shattered. I turned around to face the angry faces of my club members, some angry, others confused. I had no words. But then Jenny took my hand and I felt a surge of energy. I didn't need to say anything. Real friends would understand. I stood tall. We'll talk about the future when we get back, I said. Tom and Will handle things. Good night. Everyone looked confused. Will shook his head. For 3 damn days, you've been talking about trains. Why didn't you just say it? Tom shrugged. Something this strong, you can't stop it. You just get out of the way. The next morning was strangely quiet. I thought something might happen, but trouble came from an unexpected direction. I woke up early. I didn't want to stay in bed, lost in thoughts of Jenny. When she and Erica showed up, packed and ready for breakfast, I felt a surge of relief. Later, as the ship docked, we stood on the upper deck, watching with a little anxiety as the massive ship approached the pier. It was smooth, though, no jolt. By afternoon, things started to unravel. I was holding Jenny's hand, Erica's on the other side, when my phone rang. Eric, came the voice. Where are you? We have a problem. Big Dad having another seizure? I asked. Almost there, the voice replied. Is Erica with you? Nancy asked, her voice urgent. Yes, I said. Make sure she can't hear, Nancy said. I stepped aside, trying to stay calm. The ship just docked, I muttered. Nancy was frantic. Eric, how soon can you get to Las Vegas? About 5 hours by car, I replied. But we can fly there in an hour if it's an emergency. It's an emergency, she said. But don't take Erica with you, she added. She doesn't need to see this. I hesitated. We already have our return flights booked, but I could change my ticket, Nancy pressed. What's going on? I explained the situation, and my anger flared. Daddy, why is your face red? Erica asked. Jenny, I need a favor, I said. No, Jenny replied firmly. I was stunned. But I did you a favor last night, I protested. She silenced me with her hand. Last night was the best night ever. But this is different. If you need something, ask. I'll do it because I love you. Erica giggled. Daddy and Jenny sitting in a tree. I need you to take Erica home, I said, my voice more urgent. Jenny's face softened. I'll take care of it, she said. Eric, I always call you, she added with a laugh. You know my number, right? Of course, I said with a small smile.
I woke up with another brutal hangover, but this time I knew where I was. Why are you awake? Peggy asked sarcastically. I turned away from her. I didn't need more of her lies. I was in a jail cell with about 20 other women. A policeman came in to let us make calls one by one. Some had already called the night before, but the rest of us, too drunk to do anything, had to wait. It was 9 a.m., which meant it was around noon in Michigan. I had the phone in my hand and thought about who to call. If I called my mom, she'd be furious. If I called Eric, my marriage would end for sure. There was no saving it. I called my mom. "Mom, I'm in trouble," I said, trying to stay calm. "Dana, you're always in trouble," she replied cheerfully, like it was no big deal. "I'm in jail," I said, feeling the weight of the words. "Well, that's one way to get your own place," she said sarcastically. "This is serious, Mom. Someone needs to bail me out," I said, frustrated. "You can pay the bail with a credit card, but you need to show up in person," she said, sounding clueless. "I don't have money," I said, my patience running out. "What did you do?" she asked, curiosity in her voice. "I'm not sure," I lied. "It's one of those tourist things. The laws are different here." "How much is your bail?" $2,000, I sighed. "Well, you only need $200 to get out, right?" she said, still mocking me. "No, Mom, I need the full $2,000, I explained. "I'm considered a flight risk." "Where are you exactly?" she asked, finally sounding concerned. I gave her the details. "Let me make a few calls," she said. "It'll take some time." When I returned to the cell, Peggy was waiting for me. "Can you get me out too?" she asked, desperate. "Why should I help you?" I snapped, anger rising again. "Because I'm your best friend," she smiled. "Peggy, you set me up," I said coldly. "I wouldn't be here if it weren't for you." She claimed it was all for fun, but I wasn't sure if she was sorry or just trying to cover her tracks. It didn't matter. I'd made the mistake by trusting her, and now I had to deal with it. The truth was, I thought the rules didn't apply to me. I'd gone wild, and now my life was a mess because of it. I'd cheated on Eric, and for a while, he stood by me. But I never told him the truth. I didn't tell him about the DNA test that could have saved us from so much pain. But I never gave him the chance to choose. I let him love me blindly, and that only encouraged my worst behavior. Then I slept with a yoga teacher, and everything I'd built with Eric started to crumble. Peggy's bad advice kept the fire burning, but it was my own mistakes that ignited it. Time flew by, and I didn't realize how quickly it passed until Peggy shook me. "Your bail's been arranged," the officer said. "Come with me." I smiled, relieved that my mom had helped, even if she hadn't really fixed anything. "See you, Peggy?" I called, still feeling some relief. But when I saw Eric waiting for me, my relief vanished. The look on his face, disappointment and disgust, was worse than I expected. The flight back to Michigan was the longest, quietest, most stressful one of my life. Eric and I had grown so distant that it felt like we were strangers. He seemed reluctant to touch me, like I was diseased. "Thanks for coming for me," I said, trying to break the silence. "Even with the divorce." "I'm not sure about coming to your hearing," he replied flatly. "If there's still something between us, you'd come," I said, trying to reach him. "What else would I do?" he asked, his voice distant, but with a small, sincere smile. "Jenny wants a wedding in June," he added. "I think I'll marry her or go on a honeymoon." His words hit me hard. He was moving on. Jenny was everything I wasn't, sweet and beautiful, and they were perfect together. The hardest part was realizing that my actions had pushed Eric away. I had procrastinated until it was too late to fix things. I received a 2-year suspended sentence and had to stay in Vegas for random checks. Eric took care of Erica, but he still brought her to see me regularly. The three of us, plus Jenny, even discussed Erica's future, and she decided to focus on equestrianism instead of swimming. After my father died, I returned to Michigan, living a quiet life with my mother. I work for Eric's company now, and maybe someday I'll find my Mr. Right.
Erica burst into the room. "You smell like a horse," she said, wrinkling her nose. "I fed them," I replied, not bothered by her comment. We had moved into a big house with space for 2 horses and a paddock for Erica to train. There were also trails nearby for riding and running. "Have you told me yet?" Erica asked Jenny, excited. "No," Jenny replied, shaking her head. "Why does he wear sunglasses in bed?" Erica asked, pointing at me with a grin. "He thinks it's funny," Jenny said, smiling. "I'll give him a hint," Erica teased. "Dad, how many people live here?" Erica asked, clearly curious. 5, I answered quickly. "You, me, Jenny, and your 2 horses?" she asked, raising an eyebrow. "No," I chuckled. 4. One of the horses died? Erica asked seriously. Of course not, Jenny said, rolling her eyes. People said they live at home, I explained, unsure why I felt the need to clarify. Suddenly, an idea clicked. Is your grandfather moving in with us? I asked, half joking. He's really dumb, huh? Erica asked Jenny with a mock, disgusted face. But he's cute, Jenny laughed. Erica couldn't hold it in any longer. We're having a baby, Daddy, she exclaimed, bursting with excitement. I froze, staring at Jenny like I'd been hit by a truck. She nodded, glowing with happiness. It was one of the happiest moments of my life. Jenny and I were completely in love, and I was sure we'd be together forever. My life felt perfect. Tom convinced me to help with his truck rental company, which led to an idea, using trucks to start a home delivery service for medical equipment. In 2 years, the delivery service was out-earning the rentals by 3 to 4 times. We also began installing and servicing equipment. With the growing elderly population, the medical field was booming. Dana, my ex-wife, worked as a clerk at one of our properties. We weren't close anymore. Too much had happened. Sometimes thinking about what she did still stung, but we could manage when necessary. One of those times came 8 years after our divorce when Erica was about to turn 18. She was a champion show jumper and still my favorite person. Jenny and I had 2 other kids, but Erica was always our baby. We loved them all, but Erica had a special place in our hearts. Erica was going to college for veterinary science, focusing on equine studies. Dana and I met and agreed it was best not to tell Erica the truth about her birth, that I wasn't her biological father. Sometimes the truth does more damage than good. I'm no longer part of the Great British Club. After a cruise, I gave a speech and told the guys I was done. The club had been a way to heal during tough times, but I didn't need it anymore. I hoped others would heal too. I left Tom and Will in charge and gave them the lease to the club. Reflecting on the moment my life took a sudden turn feels strange, even though, in hindsight, the clues were always there. I had always taken pride in being a dependable, trustworthy person, putting family above everything else. Like anyone, I had moments of self-doubt and insecurity, but I held firm to the belief that my loyalty would be returned. Maybe I was naive, or maybe I just wanted to believe that my family life was as solid as I'd imagined. And yet even then, there were nights I'd lie awake, questioning Linda's absences, her long work trips, and the small shifts in her behavior that I never dared confront head-on. The day I hired John Michaels, the private investigator, I felt a wave of guilt and dread. That decision ended the calm I'd tried to preserve, drawing me into a world of suspicion and doubt. I'd never pictured myself as a man who needed to spy on his own wife, but the fear had grown, creeping into my life until I could no longer ignore it. I had no idea how devastating the truth would be, or how it would tear apart the life I thought I'd built. As I sat in John's office that day, holding an envelope containing the truth, I knew nothing would ever be the same. "I hate to bring you bad news, Mr. Walker," John Michaels said, handing me an envelope filled with details about my wife's affair with her former boss, Grant Jacobs. Inside, along with a detailed written report, were several photos and a DVD. While I had already seen some of the photos, I hadn't yet gathered the courage to watch the footage. I avoided John's eyes, but I knew I had to face the full reality of what he'd uncovered. "How long has this been going on?" I asked. John looked at his report before answering. "From the transcripts, we estimate at least 10 years, he said. "Maybe even 12. It seems to have started around the time your wife was up for the top job. This was about a year after our daughter Sophie was born. Still, I decided I would need to do a DNA test to confirm if the kids were really mine. Then another thought hit me. What about sexually transmitted diseases? I asked, feeling the weight of the question. The report revealed that Grant, along with Linda, had been involved with several other married women. How could she expose me to this all this time? I need to get tested right away. I glanced at the report again, laughing bitterly at John's conclusion that Linda appeared blissfully unaware of what the idiot was up to when he wasn't with her. "If it's any comfort, Mr. Walker," John added, "your wife's lover stated he never intended to break up your marriage. All he wanted was her body." He paused, watching me closely. "And they never did anything in your house." When I first hired John, I allowed him to set up cameras and microphones in our home. At least my own bed hadn't been touched by Grant's presence, I thought bitterly. No, that's no comfort, Mr. Michaels, I said, meeting his gaze. But thank you for telling me. I'd met Grant Jacobs a few times and never liked him. He was what some might call handsome, but had a smug, arrogant demeanor with a smirk that drove me crazy. More than once, I'd been tempted to wipe that look off his face. Now I understood the reason behind it. There's more, Mr. Walker, John said, his tone darkening. From what we have gathered, Jacobs' sister, Natalie, knew about the affair from the start. In fact, it looks like she may have even helped them. This realization saddened me, as I'd always thought Natalie was a kind person, the complete opposite of her brother. Damn, I muttered, feeling the weight of betrayal. Have you spoken to a lawyer yet? Asked John. Not yet, I replied. I wanted to know the truth first. Well, I work closely with Lisa Hawkins. She's the best in the business, and she despises cheaters, he said. If you'd like, I can send her this file and let her know you'll be in touch. That would be great, I replied. Thanks. I took the business card he handed me and slipped it into my pocket. John hesitated for a moment before speaking again. Can I offer some advice? Of course, I nodded. Let Lisa handle it, he suggested. I know you're hurting, and you may feel like lashing out, but it's not worth risking jail time. You've got 2 kids to consider, he said, his voice softening. I understand, I replied. Thank you, John. I paid the bill and left his office, feeling as though my entire marriage had been a lie. I knew he was right, but the pain was overwhelming. I sat in my car and let myself cry, allowing the reality to sink in. Then, with a deep breath, I pulled out the card John had given me, called Lisa Hawkins' office, and scheduled an appointment for the next day. Lisa gave me a list of documents to bring for our meeting. On the way home, I stopped by a convenience store and grabbed a pack of cigarettes, a habit I'd kicked back in college. Then I went to a bar to drown my sorrows in beer. I wasn't much of a drinker, but that night it felt justified. You okay, buddy? The bartender asked as I took a drag from my cigarette. I looked up, surprised by his question. Is it that obvious? Afraid so, he replied with a slight smile. Let me guess. You just found out your wife's been unfaithful? Yeah, pretty much, I answered. It's been going on for the last 12 years, if you can believe it. I can believe it, he said, shaking his head. I've seen and heard just about everything working here. I bet, I muttered. He chuckled softly, then continued. Mind if I share something my granddad used to say? Go ahead, I said, curious despite myself. I once felt sorry for myself for not having shoes. Then I met a guy who didn't have feet, he said. I know you're hurting. I've been there. But it gets better, and believe me, some guys have had it way worse. Your grandfather must have been wise, I replied, a faint smile breaking through. He was, the bartender nodded. Finish your beer and go home, son. Keep busy. You won't find any answers at the bottom of that glass. I nodded, grateful for his advice. I stayed a little longer, finishing my drink and reflecting on the years with Linda, on the small things that had made me suspicious but never enough to accuse her. For example, after our second child, Sophie, was born, I'd had a vasectomy, yet Linda stayed on birth control. When I asked her, she brushed it off, saying it was just to be extra cautious and to regulate her periods. It had seemed odd, but I trusted her. Now, knowing what I did, all those suspicions I dismissed fell into place. I remembered calling her during one of her supposed work trips. She was always in her room when I called, but sometimes I thought I heard a man's voice or noticed a pause as if she were hesitant. And when she came home, I'd occasionally catch the scent of Grant's cologne on her clothes, a smell I recognized from the few times we'd met. I told myself it was nothing, but now I knew better. I got back in my car, feeling like I was on autopilot. The confrontation ahead would be painful, but at least now I had the truth. When I arrived home, her car was already in the garage. To be honest, I was a little surprised to find her there. I closed the garage door, went inside, took off my jacket, and headed toward my home office. Linda intercepted me on the way, quickly noticing the smell of cigarettes and beer. You smoked? She asked, frowning. And I smell beer. Is everything okay, John? No, I replied. Actually, today was the worst day of my life. She looked at me with concern. What happened? Did someone die or something? I could see she was genuinely worried, but part of me wondered if it was just an act. I'm heading to my office for the evening, I told her. I'm not much company tonight. Is there anything I can do, honey? She asked. Yes, I thought, but I held back. Instead, I said, I'm afraid there's nothing you can do. She paused, looking uncertain. Oh, by the way, John, I'm going away for the weekend starting Friday. It's only Tuesday and you're already telling me you're leaving for the weekend? Yes, but something's come up, she replied. It's just business, you know. Sure, I said sarcastically. What about Sophie's birthday on Saturday? I know, she replied, but this can't be avoided. Could you explain to her why I can't be there? No, I answered firmly. I won't cover for you anymore. You missed Erin's birthday last year and our anniversary. You can tell our daughter yourself why you're choosing to be with Grant rather than at her birthday. Linda didn't like that. She sighed heavily before responding. John, please, you're being unreasonable. No, Linda, I said. You supposedly retired a few months ago after the company was sold. Yet you've been gone so much that I have to wonder what's really going on. Want to explain? She looked defensive. Are you accusing me of having an affair? What would you think if the situation were reversed? I asked. Linda's posture softened, her defensive tone fading. I understand, she said quietly. But believe me, it's just business. That's what you've always said, I replied, feeling defeated. Now, if you'll excuse me, I have things to do. Please don't bother me tonight. You'll need to watch the kids. Without another word, I went into my home office, shut the door, and locked it. Moments later, I heard Linda trying the handle, then knocking softly. John, she asked from the other side. Please, John, talk to me. Leave it alone, Linda, I said through clenched teeth. I'm busy. There was silence before her footsteps faded away. I took a deep breath and sat down, beginning to organize the evidence I'd gathered, everything Lisa said she'd need. I turned my attention to the documents John had given me, picking up a report and reading it carefully. Each line felt like a punch to the gut, forcing me to confront that this was the woman I'd loved and supported for 12 years. I put on my headphones, loaded the DVD, and braced myself. As I watched, the love I once felt for Linda dissolved into a numb coldness. Hearing their conversations turned my stomach, yet I listened closely. Still good for this weekend? Grant asked, holding her. Of course, Linda replied with a smile. You know, I can't go too long without you. What about your daughter's birthday? Isn't it this weekend? He asked. Yes, she answered, almost dismissively. But John will be there. He's better with the kids than I am, and if I had to choose, I'd rather be with you. Grant hesitated, a hint of concern on his face. I'm worried he might get suspicious. Shouldn't you be careful? Linda laughed, shaking her head. Retired or not, Grant, I'm not giving you up. I love my family and John in my own way, but letting go of this part of my life with you? She looked at him intently. Never. I removed the headphones, my heart pounding with anger and disbelief. I put the DVD back in its case and locked it away, just as Linda knocked on my office door. John? Her voice sounded tired, almost vulnerable. What? I snapped. Could you come say goodnight to the kids? Fine, just for a minute, I replied. Ignoring her, I went upstairs and tucked Sophie into bed, keeping my expression neutral. Are you okay, Dad? She asked, concern in her voice. Yes, honey, I forced a smile. I'm fine. Now go to sleep. I love you. She hugged me. I love you too, Dad. As I left her room, Linda waited in the hallway. I warmed up dinner for you, she said. It's on the table. I'm not hungry, I said, brushing past her to go outside. Sitting on the patio, I lit a cigarette and stared into the night. Linda joined me a few minutes later. She leaned in to kiss me, but I turned away, letting her kiss fall on my cheek. What's wrong? She asked, worry in her eyes. I've never seen you like this. We don't always get what we want, do we? I replied coldly. What does that mean? She asked, hurt and confused. I shook my head, exhaling smoke. Forget it, Linda. Please, John, talk to me. You can tell me anything. I looked at her through the haze. It's too late for that. Too late for what? I don't understand, she pleaded, her voice trembling. Come on, Linda, I said, my voice low but sharp. You're a smart woman. You'll figure it out. She stepped back, hurt, her eyes filling with tears. If you'd just talk to me, she started, desperation in her voice. Leave it alone, Linda, I said firmly, anger breaking through. I need time to think. After a pause, she replied quietly. Okay, John. She turned and walked back inside, tears streaming down her face. I sat there, smoking until past midnight before going into sleep on the futon in my office. The next morning, as I made breakfast for the kids and got ready for the day, Linda lingered nearby, watching me with a mix of sadness and confusion. I ignored her, focusing solely on the kids. After they left for school, I went to work without looking back at Linda. At the office, I explained the situation to my boss. He listened sympathetically and patted my shoulder. Do what you need to, John. If you need time off, just say the word. I thanked him, knowing I had a long day ahead. Later that afternoon, I met Lisa Hawkins, my divorce attorney, who greeted me warmly. "Good afternoon, Mr. Walker," she said as I entered her office, extending her hand. "Please call me John." "Then call me Lisa," she replied with a sympathetic smile. "I've reviewed the report Mr. Michael sent over. I'm sorry you're going through this. It never gets easier seeing things like this. How are you holding up?" "Not well," I admitted. She nodded. "Understandable. Have you confronted her yet?" "Not exactly. I was short with her last night." "Try to keep composed for now," Lisa advised. "If possible, let her continue as if nothing's changed. Soon enough, she'll have to face the consequences." "I'll do my best," I said, feeling a wave of determination. "Good," Lisa continued. "Now, what are you looking to get from this divorce?" "As much as I can," I said firmly. "Especially custody of the kids." Lisa looked thoughtful. "In most cases, custody usually goes to the mother." "I've been the primary caregiver for years," I countered. "She even says in the videos that I'm better with the kids, and she's willing to miss our daughter's birthday to be with her lover. Doesn't that matter?" Lisa nodded. "It does. We can use that." She went over my financials, reviewing each document carefully. "Your wife received a significant payout from her company's sale, and her monthly dividends are close to your salary. That will work in our favor." "So, no alimony?" I asked, a glimmer of hope in my voice. Lisa nodded. "Or very little. If we secure primary custody for you, we could even push for her to pay child support." "And the house?" I pressed. "If you gain custody, you can stay in the house, and we'll request that she covers half the mortgage," she explained. "But if the court awards her custody, you'd be responsible for half the mortgage and child support," she continued. "Another option would be to sell the house and split the proceeds." "And what about our pensions and accounts?" I inquired. "We can exclude retirement accounts from division. Each of you would keep your 401k. The rest would be divided evenly, which is standard practice." "What about Grant Jacobs?" I asked, leaning forward. "Can I sue him for alienation of affection?" "Not in this state," Lisa replied, "but we'll definitely bring him into the case. During the divorce, we could consider a suit for intentional infliction of emotional distress, though it might not carry much weight here." "And his sister Natalie? She knew everything, maybe even helped them." Lisa nodded thoughtfully. "It's a similar situation with her. We can pursue it if you want." "Yes, let's do that. When can you formalize everything?" "We'll be ready by Friday," she assured me. "Perfect. I'd prefer it served late Saturday night. She'll be with Grant that weekend." "Understood. A bit of shock and awe." "We can arrange that," Lisa agreed, adding, "though a weekend process server will cost a little extra." "That's fine," I said. "Do it." "Understood, John," she agreed. We ended the meeting with a handshake, and she gave me the usual caution not to do anything rash before accepting my deposit check. I left her office feeling a sense of control over the situation. Arriving home, I was slightly surprised to see Linda's car in the garage. Since it was Wednesday, I expected her to be at work. I touched her car's hood. It was still warm, meaning she hadn't been home long. Walking inside, I immediately smelled something cooking. "Hi, honey," Linda greeted me as she stepped out of the kitchen. "You're home a little early. Is everything okay?" "Yes," I replied. "I hope you were in a better mood than yesterday," she said, eyeing me carefully. "A bit. I'm taking control of things." "That's good to hear. Are you ready for dinner? I made a roast, your favorite." "I'll have some," I answered, catching the aroma. "Smells great." "Did you go to work today?" she asked. "Yes, for a few hours," she responded. "I'm just getting things set for the weekend." "Did you talk to Sophie?" I pressed. "Yes, though she's not thrilled," Linda admitted. "But she's young. She'll get over it." "Where are the kids?" "In their rooms, doing homework," she replied. "So you're still going on this trip with Grant?" I asked, a hint of tension in my voice. "Yes, as I said, it's strictly business," she insisted firmly. "When do you plan to fully retire?" I followed up. "I already am retired," she reminded me. "They just need my expertise now and then. Not sure how much longer they'll need me." "Well, with all the hours you put in, you could be getting paid," I noted. "Why?" she asked. "I'll bring more in once I retire," I replied. I placed my briefcase in my office, then changed into casual clothes. I complimented her on the roast. She was always a good cook, something I knew I'd miss. After spending time with the kids, I went to my office and locked the door. Linda tried to open it, then knocked when she realized it was locked. I cracked the door open just enough to see her face. "John?" she asked. "Are you staying here tonight?" "I think so," I replied. I need to clear my head, and I don't want to risk you getting sick before the trip, so I'll sleep here on the futon tonight." "Oh, all right," she said. "Get some rest, John. I love you." "Yeah, me too," I said, closing the door. I heard her walk away, then turned to my computer and started a search. After finding what I needed, I filled out a form and checked my email for confirmation. I noted the phone number and set a reminder to call the next day to confirm everything. Thursday went much like Wednesday, except Linda attempted to entice me to bed, wearing a revealing nightgown. I'd always admired her, but knowing what she was doing with Grant, I felt nothing toward her now. "Sorry, Linda, I have a terrible migraine," I said softly. "I'll take something and sleep here in the office." A tear rolled down her cheek as she turned away, but I felt no sympathy. She called around noon the next day to tell me she was leaving. "I hope you feel better, John," she said. "Maybe we can reconnect when I return on Monday. My parents will pick up the kids after school today and bring them back tomorrow afternoon for Sophie's birthday party." "Thanks for letting me know," I said. "I really do love you, John. I hope you believe that." "Sure," I replied. "Bon voyage. Goodbye, Linda." I hung up and dialed Lisa's number. "I'm preparing the paperwork now, John," she said. "Tomorrow at 5:30 p.m., they'll be served at Grant's house as requested. Natalie's paperwork will be filed on Monday." "Thanks, Lisa," I said, and ended the call. I told my assistant I was leaving for the day, locked my office, and headed home, with a lot to handle before the movers arrived that afternoon. I had gathered several boxes in the garage specifically for this job. Just as I finished packing everything, the movers arrived with their truck. By 5 p.m., they'd loaded it all into the truck while I took care of Linda's wedding dress. I placed the remains in a paper bag, folded it closed, and attached an envelope containing a brief note, my wedding ring, and our marriage certificate, torn into 4 pieces. I handed the bag to one of the movers and asked him to deliver it to Linda at Grant's house at 5:30 p.m. the next day. I also added 2 $50 bills as tips for both movers. "I'll take care of this personally, Mr. Walker," the young man assured me, accepting the package. "Thank you," I replied. I reheated the leftover roast and ate in the living room while watching TV. That night I slept peacefully in the master bedroom until Linda's parents arrived with the kids. It was noon the next day, and I'd been busy on my feet setting up everything in the yard for Sophie's birthday party, which was set to start around 3 p.m. Linda had ordered a cake, which I picked up that morning and stored in the fridge. "You've been hard at work," Linda's mother Rhonda remarked as she came in. "I didn't have much choice," I replied, just hoping everything goes smoothly. "I'm sure the kids will have a wonderful time," she said. "Did Sophie tell you Linda won't be here?" I asked. "Yes," Rhonda answered, shaking her head. "I can't believe she'd skip her daughter's birthday." She gave me a curious look before asking, "Is everything okay between you two?" I sent the kids upstairs to get ready, then turned to Rhonda and her husband George. "No, things aren't okay," I admitted. "I hate to say it, but you'll find out soon enough. I'm divorcing Linda." "What?" George asked, shocked. "Why?" "I found out earlier this week that she's been having an affair with her boss for the past 12 years, I explained. "That's exactly what she's doing right now." "Oh my goodness," Rhonda gasped. "Are you certain about this?" "Yes, completely. I'd suspected something for a while, so after her supposed retirement last month, I hired an investigator. I have his full report, photos, and even videos if you want to see them," I said. "No, that's all right," she replied. "But are you sure there's no chance of forgiving her?" "Not after all this time," I said firmly. "I'd like to see that report," George said. "I just can't believe she'd make such a terrible choice." "While you do that, I'll finish setting up for Sophie's party," Rhonda offered. I thanked Rhonda and led George to my home office, where I handed him a copy of the investigator's report. His eyes widened as he read through the details of his daughter's relationship with Grant. When he finished, he shook his head in disbelief. "That foolish woman," he muttered, closing the report. "I'm so sorry, John. She may be my daughter, but this is a lot for me to take in." "Now you have an idea of what I'm feeling," I replied. "What are you planning to do about that idiot, Grant?" he asked. "I filed a lawsuit against him and his sister for causing me emotional distress," I said. He let out a snort. "This guy stole your wife, had a long affair with her, and you're just suing him? Do you think the lawsuit will accomplish anything?" "I know, George," I said. "I'd love to take a tire iron to him, but that would just land me in jail. I have 2 kids to think about. I can't be there for them if I'm locked up." George nodded thoughtfully. "You're probably right. Still, from that report, it seems Grant has a habit of going after married women. I wouldn't be surprised if Linda wasn't his first." "Probably not," I agreed. Listen, John, George offered. Why don't you let me take care of that dirtbag? He's not worth you risking your future over. Don't worry, son, he added with a reassuring nod. No one's going to jail. Though George was tough, he was a big man, and I'd met some of his co-workers, strong, burly guys who looked out for each other. What are you planning to do? I asked. The less you know, the better, George said with a wink and a grin. All right, whatever you say, I replied. He smiled and patted my shoulder. Come on, John, let's go enjoy the party with the kids. When we went outside, Rhonda had finished setting up everything for the party. Sophie came downstairs, her face lighting up as she saw the decorations. Thank you, Dad, she said, wrapping her arms around my neck. It's amazing. I wish Mom were here to see it. Me too, I said. We'll take some pictures for her to look at later, all right? Okay, she nodded. I started grilling hamburgers and hot dogs for everyone. Around 4:30 p.m., the doorbell rang, signaling the beginning of the party. Over the next half hour, more than a dozen parents arrived with their kids, all friends of Sophie's from school, who excitedly joined the backyard festivities. One of the last to arrive was Natalie with her husband Ralph and their daughter Denise. I welcomed them in and directed Denise to the backyard, where the party was in full swing. I offered Natalie and Ralph a drink, and they gladly accepted. I'm surprised to see you, Natalie. I thought you and the family had a big business trip this weekend, I said. That's all Grant and Linda's work, she replied. I'm just their assistant back at the office. Right, I said. John, is everything okay between you and Linda? Natalie asked. Why do you ask? You're not wearing your wedding ring, she pointed out. I glanced down at my finger, noticing the faint mark where the ring used to be. I gave it back to her. Maybe Grant will have better luck with it. What's that supposed to mean? Natalie asked. Oh, come on, Natalie, I said. Don't play dumb. I know your brother has been involved with Linda for 12 years. You all did a great job keeping me in the dark. John, Linda still loves you, she insisted. Yeah, she loved me so much that she lied and deceived me for over a decade. I've never felt so loved in my life, I said with bitter sarcasm. So what are you going to do? Natalie asked. What do you think? I'm divorcing her. She and Grant are about to get what they deserve, I replied, glancing at my watch. Will they be served? Natalie asked. Yes, Linda will be served divorce papers, and I'm suing Grant. You'll get your papers on Monday. To me? Why? I didn't do anything, Natalie protested. Exactly, I replied. For over a decade, you knew what they were up to. In fact, my investigators suggested you might have even helped cover for them. You acted like my friend all these years, Natalie. How many times did you sit in my home, eating meals at my table, enjoying my hospitality, knowing what Linda was doing with your brother? Did you enjoy seeing me played for a fool? Thanks to you, my marriage and family are shattered, and I'll never trust anyone the same way again. My children have lost their mother because of this. I hope you're pleased with yourself, Natalie. I'm not happy at all, she whispered. I'm sorry. Sorry doesn't fix 12 years of betrayal, Natalie, I replied. For 12 years, you, Grant, and Linda chose to destroy my family. You didn't care about what it did to me or the kids. Now, you finally succeeded. It's not like that, John, she protested. Isn't it? What was it? Just business between you three? At first, yes, she admitted. Honestly, it was all Grant's idea. She wanted a job, so she agreed. But things changed over time. Changed, did they? I asked. Was this after you sold your company and Linda retired? It was Linda's choice to continue, Natalie replied. I thought it would all end, but she decided to keep it going. Then she made a lousy choice, I said. But you still played your part. I truly am sorry, John, she said. None of us wanted to hurt you. But you did, I said. In the worst way possible. I think it's time for you and your family to leave my house, Natalie. She nodded quietly. I understand, John, she said before turning to go. Oh, and Natalie, I called out. She turned back to face me. Don't come back. Wiping away a tear, she walked off to gather Denise and Ralph. Meanwhile, Linda and Grant were lying together in his bed when her phone chimed. Thinking it was John sending photos from Sophie's party, she reached over and read the text from Natalie. He knows everything. Oh, damn, she muttered. What's wrong? Grant asked. It's Natalie. John knows everything, Linda replied. I'd better clean up and get home, she said. Are you sure that's wise? Grant asked. Yes, Linda said, getting up and putting on her robe. At that moment, the doorbell rang. Who could that be? Grant wondered, throwing on his pants and robe as he headed downstairs. with Linda close behind. When he opened the door, he was met by a man in a light jacket. "Can I help you?" Grant asked. "Are you Grant Jacobs?" the man inquired. "Yes," Grant replied. "And is Linda Walker here too?" "That's me," Linda said, stepping out from behind Grant. "I need to show you both some documents," the man said. "What for?" Grant asked, reaching for his wallet. Without a word, the man verified Grant's ID and handed him an envelope. "You've been served," he said before turning to Linda. "Miss Walker, may I see your ID?" "Of course," Linda replied, taking out her wallet. The man checked her license and handed her an envelope. "You've been served," he said. "Also, there's a restraining order attached. Both of you are required to stay at least 500 feet away from John Walker, his residence, his workplace, and his children's school. Violating this order could lead to arrest. Best of luck." As he turned and walked away, Linda and Grant exchanged stunned glances. A moment later, another man approached them, dressed in jeans and a t-shirt. "Is one of you Linda Walker?" he asked. "Yes, that's me," Linda replied. He handed her a paper bag with an envelope attached, and Linda looked at him, puzzled. "I was asked to deliver this to you, ma'am. There are also a few more boxes in the truck. Where would you like them?" Grant and Linda exchanged a glance before Grant replied, "Just put them in the front room for now." "Will do," the man replied, heading back to the truck. While the couple watched, men carried several boxes and stacked them in the front room, as directed by Grant. Meanwhile, Linda opened an envelope containing her husband's wedding ring, a torn marriage certificate, and a typewritten note. She began to cry as she read it. The note read, "Linda, throughout our marriage, I loved and supported you. Imagine my shock when I discovered your 12-year affair with Grant Jacobs. You paid back my love with lies and betrayal. You claimed it was just business, but now I see the truth. I hope it was worth it. I suggest you contact a lawyer as soon as possible. Our finances are already divided, and the locks have been changed. Since I've been the children's primary caregiver during your affair, I'm seeking full custody but won't deny you visitation. Have your lawyer contact mine to finalize arrangements. I've sent your belongings to Grant's address. If there's anything else you want, coordinate through your lawyer. I don't want to see or hear from you again. For the sake of the kids, don't contest the divorce terms, but know that I'm prepared to fight if you do. I have photos, videos, and reports from a private investigator. I haven't told the children why we're divorcing yet, but I will when the time is right. Your parents have seen the report, though not the photos. End this sham of a marriage, Linda. You are dead to me. Goodbye." The note was signed, John. With tears in her eyes, Linda opened a paper bag and found ashes, the remnants of her wedding dress. She collapsed, sobbing, as Grant held her and read the letter. "That fool," he muttered. "I'll teach him a lesson." "No, Grant, please don't. I don't want you in jail. This is my fault," she whispered. "He's suing me for emotional distress. $5 million, Grant replied. "I'll call my lawyer and see what can be done." "Do you think he'll go after Natalie too?" Linda asked. "Let's find out," Grant said, picking up the phone. "If so, we need a plan to manage this." After the birthday party, I thanked the guests, then faced the mess left behind. Sophie approached, teary-eyed. "What's wrong, sweetheart?" I asked, hugging her. "I wish Mom were here. I miss her," she replied. "I miss her too, but she had other things to do," I said, feeling the weight of her sadness. "Are you divorcing her?" Sophie asked, tears in her eyes. "We'll talk later, okay?" "It's because of Grant, isn't it?" Aaron chimed in. "Why do you ask that?" "I overheard her talking to him on the phone," Aaron said. "We'll discuss it tomorrow," I said. "Today is Sophie's birthday. Can you help me clean up?" "Sure, Dad," Aaron replied. I hugged Sophie and wiped a tear from her cheek. "Everything will be okay," I told her. Rhonda and George stayed to help clean up. Before leaving, Rhonda asked, "Will you be all right, John?" "Yes, thank you for everything," I replied. After they left, I locked up, went to bed, and fell asleep almost immediately. The next day, I made breakfast, mowed the lawn, and helped Aaron trim the bushes. By lunchtime, Sophie was in the kitchen, making sandwiches for us. After dinner, we cleared the table, and Sophie looked at me seriously. "Okay, Dad, tell us what's going on," she said. I knew this moment would come, so I gathered the kids in the living room and told them, "I'm divorcing your mother." They stayed calm to my surprise. "She cheated on you with that guy, Grant, didn't she?" Aaron asked. "Yes," I said quietly, nodding. "I thought so," he said. "I overheard her talking to him like she talks to you, Dad." I nodded, regretting that I hadn't noticed sooner. Until recently, I'd trusted her completely. "How long has this been going on?" Sophie asked. 12 years, I replied. Sophie sighed. "So it started not long after I was born," she said. "Yes," I confirmed. "Damn her," Sophie muttered, then quickly apologized. I understood her anger and let it go. "Can I stay with you?" she asked. "Of course," I said. "Me too, Dad," Aaron added. "You were always there for us." Their words meant everything to me. We hugged, and I felt grateful they wanted to stay. After that emotional moment, we spent a quiet day together, though there was a sadness in the air. The following days went smoothly. George and Rhonda agreed to pick up the kids after school and stay with them until I got home. And Rhonda even cooked dinner for us, which was a big help. On Tuesday, my lawyer, Lisa, called. "Linda wants to visit the kids," she said. I wasn't comfortable with her coming to the house and worried she might take them without permission. "What about the restraining order?" I asked. "We could suspend it temporarily, from Friday evening to Sunday morning. It's important not to seem unreasonable," she advised. I suggested Linda see them at her parents' place on Saturday, with the kids staying over Friday and me picking them up on Sunday. "I'll suggest it to her lawyer, along with no presence of Grant or Natalie," Lisa replied. "The kids might not be thrilled about seeing her right now." Her lawyer also requested the investigator's report, which Lisa agreed to send by Thursday. I also learned Linda had hired Beth Sawyer, who, interestingly, dislikes working with cheaters. The next day, Lisa called back. Linda's lawyer agreed to our terms, with the restraining order suspended from midnight Saturday until noon on Sunday, applying only to Linda. Linda would meet the kids at her parents' and could stay overnight if they were comfortable. Reluctantly, the kids agreed. George and Rhonda arranged to take them Friday and bring them back Sunday. On Friday morning, I made sure the kids had everything they needed for the weekend. We hugged, and I reminded them to call if their mom tried anything unexpected. After dropping them off at school, I headed to work. That evening, George picked me up, and we went to the Flat Stick Pub, a popular sports bar. Over burgers and beer, George filled me in. Linda arrived at 9 a.m. The kids weren't thrilled to see her and didn't hide it. "She admitted to the affair," he added, surprising me. "She says she still loves you," he continued. "Do you think she'll try to reconcile?" "No chance, George," I replied. "After 12 years of lies, I'm done." George nodded. Just then, I felt a sudden blow to my head and collapsed. I looked up to see Grant standing over me, shouting, "I'll liquidate you." Thinking fast, I kicked him hard, causing him to stumble. I tackled him, landing punch after punch, unaware that he was already unconscious. George and another man pulled me off him, and everything went black. I woke up in a hospital, bruised and bandaged, with a doctor saying I'd be fine after some rest. George was there, grinning. "You really did a number on him. He's in bad shape." "It was Grant, wasn't it?" I asked. "Yeah. It's Sunday morning, and the police want to talk to you," George said. The officers entered, and Sergeant Smith asked me to recount the events. "Grant attacked me," I explained. "I just defended myself." The sergeant nodded, confirming that witnesses and footage supported my story. "Would you like to press charges?" "Yes, absolutely. I also have a restraining order." The officers left, and soon after, Rhonda, Linda, and the kids entered the room. "What's she doing here?" I asked. "My restraining order doesn't start until noon," Linda replied, embarrassed. Sophie came up, teary-eyed. "Are you okay, Dad?" "I'll be fine," I reassured her. "I heard you knock up Grant," Aaron said, smiling. "Not something to be proud of," I said, glancing at George. Linda softly asked if I'd be okay, but Sophie answered for me. "Yes, we'll take care of him," Aaron agreed, giving his mother a hard look. Linda looked at the kids, then back at me. "If you don't mind, I'd like to speak with your father alone for a few minutes," she said. The kids hesitated, then nodded and left the room with George and Rhonda. Once they left, Linda sat beside my hospital bed, looking down and fidgeting with her hands. "John," she began softly, "I can't express how much I regret all of this." "Well, as I told Natalie, sorry doesn't mean much now," I replied. "You lied and cheated on me for 12 years, and now an apology is supposed to make it better? Was I really such a bad husband? All I did was love and support you. You were the best husband and father anyone could hope for," she said, looking pained. "But even that wasn't enough, was it?" "That's not how it was," she insisted. "Isn't it?" I asked. "Because from where I stand, it sure looks that way." "You don't understand," she said quietly. "Then help me understand," I challenged her. "At first it was just a way to get the job. she stammered. Grant said sleeping with him was part of the job requirements. It was just business. That's sexual maltreatment, Linda. That's illegal, I said, feeling my anger rise. Why didn't you come to me? We could have fought it together, but no. I see now. You wanted that job badly enough to do whatever it took, even if it meant destroying our family. It was a deal with the devil, she said, her voice trembling. And now you're blaming the devil? I scoffed. Come on. The truth is you wanted that job enough to betray me and our family. She looked down, ashamed. I guess I got to a point where I thought I could have it both ways. So, you have feelings for him, don't you? That's why you kept it going. Did you plan to keep this up for life? Did you really think I'd never find out? Yes, she admitted, barely audible. I developed feelings for him. I thought you loved me enough to accept it, to let me have this, and I tried my best not to let it affect you. Are you serious? I asked, stunned. Every moment you spent with him was taken from us, every lie, every excuse. Those were all pieces of time and trust you stole from me. Do you remember opportunity cost? Well, you chose him over us, and that's what you lost. But I still love you, she whispered. I never stopped. Maybe, I said, but you stopped respecting me. You told him you'd carry on this affair for life, and if I found out and divorced you, you'd accuse me of misuse. Did you think I wouldn't learn that too? She looked up, shocked. You heard that? Yes, I said firmly. And more. Like when you told Grant you'd rather be with him than with your own daughter on her birthday. What kind of mother does that? She flinched, visibly hurt. I must be a terrible wife and mother, she whispered. Those are your words, not mine, I said, shrugging. But if the shoe fits... Did you really take a DNA test? She asked, her face going pale. Yes, I replied. Thankfully, both kids are mine. Oh my God, she gasped. Did you really think I'd go that far? After 12 years of lies and betrayal, can you blame me? I asked. She sat in silence, visibly shaken, before finally asking, What do you want me to do now? Sign the papers, Linda, I said. Let's end this sham of a marriage, and get help, for yourself and for the kids. I don't want this to be uglier than it already is. You're right, she murmured. I'll sign the papers. I'm so sorry, John, for everything I put you through. Maybe one day I'll be able to forgive you, Linda, I said, though I wasn't sure I believed it. Thank you for letting me see the kids this weekend, she added quietly. You're welcome, I said. I know you don't believe me, but I do love you, she said, tears welling up. I wish we could stay together. I don't believe you, but thanks for saying it, I replied. Maybe a part of me will always care for you, but that's not enough. I need trust, and after all this, I don't know if I'll ever trust anyone again. She nodded, her face crumbling with emotion. I understand, she whispered. Goodbye, John. She leaned over and kissed me softly on the cheek. Goodbye, Linda, I said, watching as she left the room, wiping away her tears. A few moments later, George, Rhonda, and the kids returned. Is everything okay, son? George asked. Yes, I said, steadying my voice. We talked. I think she's finally realizing the extent of what she's done. Does this mean you and Mom are getting back together? Sophie asked hopefully. I shook my head gently. No, honey, I said. But you both love each other, she protested. For a marriage to be strong, Sophie, it takes more than love, I explained. It takes trust. And right now, I don't have that with your mom. Someday, you'll understand. The doctor came in, performed a final checkup, and discharged me. George drove me home with the kids, who sat quietly beside me, each lost in their own thoughts. Later that evening, I received an urgent call from George and Rhonda. Apparently, Natalie had called to inform them that Linda had attempted self-destruction by overdosing on sleeping pills and booze. Natalie had found her just in time while visiting Grant's house to pick up some of his things. Linda had left a note on her nightstand reading only, I'm sorry. Linda barely survived the overdose and spent several days in the hospital. After thorough evaluation, she was released into George and Rhonda's care and eventually moved in with them. She signed the divorce papers without contesting anything. Lisa informed me that in 90 days, I'd officially be a free man. Free, I thought. Yes, exactly that. Grant and Natalie's attorney quickly worked out a settlement, granting me half of what I initially requested. After legal fees, I ended up with about $3.5 million, from which I set aside $1 million each for Sophie and Aaron to ensure they could attend any college they chose. With the remainder, I began planning a Mediterranean cruise for us next summer. Grant was convicted of aggravated attack and attempted homicide, largely due to video evidence of his attack on me. He was sentenced to 10 years in state prison, with potential parole after 8.5 years. I saw Linda occasionally when I dropped the kids off at George and Rhonda's. Sometimes we would talk, but I could never shake the memory of her betrayal. She started seeing a psychologist to understand why she'd made the choices she had, but the therapy came too late for us. Over time, she managed to repair her relationship with the kids, which was all I could hope for. A few months later, I finalized the Mediterranean cruise plans. During the trip, I met a wonderful woman from British Columbia, Nikki, who was also going through a divorce. She was a little younger than Linda, with shoulder-length blonde hair and a bright, positive personality. We spent a lot of time together, sharing our stories, and ended up in a relationship that felt refreshing. Sophie would often tease me. "Daddy has a girlfriend," she'd hum with a grin, nudging me. When the cruise ended, Nikki and I exchanged contact information, staying in touch over email and Skype. We chatted a few times each week. Adjusting to life without Linda was tough, but gradually we found a new rhythm. My boss was understanding of my need for flexibility, and I looked forward to the day Aaron would be old enough to help out with driving Sophie to school and other responsibilities. One afternoon, George came by with sad news. "They're planning to admit Linda to a mental hospital," he said gravely. "Why?" I asked, taken aback. "Sophie sent her a photo of you three having dinner with that woman from the cruise, the one from Canada," he explained. "Linda didn't handle it well. She lost control. Rhonda and I found her in the bathroom. She'd cut her wrists." "Oh, God," I murmured, feeling the weight of it. "I'm so sorry to hear that." A part of me felt sadness, but there was also a strange sense of validation. She now understood some of the pain she'd caused. George continued. "The doctors say with her history, she needs consistent care. Rhonda and I are too old to provide that level of support, so they recommended institutionalization." "For how long?" I asked. "It's hard to say," he admitted. "Could be years, maybe longer." "Let me know if there's anything I can do," I offered. "Thank you, son. I appreciate it," George replied, nodding before leaving. Meanwhile, my relationship with Nikki blossomed. We spoke often, and the more we talked, the closer we became. I found myself frequently thinking of her, imagining a future where we could spend more time together. When I told her about Linda's hospitalization, she was empathetic, especially knowing how it affected the kids, George and Rhonda. She invited me to visit her with the kids at her home, a 2-story log cabin on 50 acres in northern British Columbia, a place she described as peaceful and scenic. I'd never been north of the U.S. border, so the thought intrigued me. Who knows, I thought. Maybe it could lead to something more, but that's a story for another time. As we settled back into our routines, I noticed positive changes. The kids were adapting to life without Linda at home, and I found a rhythm that worked for us. My boss continued to be flexible with my schedule, and I looked forward to the day Aaron could take on some responsibilities, like driving Sophie to school. Slowly, things were coming together. Then, one evening, George arrived unexpectedly at our home, his expression heavy. I invited him in, noting the tension in his face. "What's wrong, George?" I asked. He sighed deeply. "John, they've decided Linda needs an extended stay at the hospital. She had another breakdown after seeing photos Sophie sent from the cruise, specifically the ones of you and Nikki at dinner. I don't think Sophie meant any damage, but it was too much for Linda." I sat back, stunned. "What happened?" George's voice dropped almost to a whisper. "Rhonda and I found her in the bathroom. She'd cut her wrists." "Oh my God," I said, absorbing the shock of it. Part of me felt sympathy, but another part felt a strange sense of closure. She was beginning to understand the pain she'd caused, though at a high cost. "She'll be there for a while, right?" I asked. "Doctors think it could be years, maybe longer," George admitted. "Given her history, they believe she needs 24-hour care. Rhonda and I just aren't able to provide that, so the doctors recommended long-term treatment." "I'm truly sorry, George," I said. "If there's anything I can do, please let me know." "Thank you, son," he said, placing a hand on my shoulder. "I just thought you should know." After George left, I spent the rest of the evening deep in thought. Although I felt sadness for what Linda had become, I couldn't ignore the relief that I felt as I moved forward. For the first time in years, I felt peace, a chance to rebuild and find happiness with the kids. In the following weeks, Nikki and I grew closer, talking almost every day. She invited us to visit her in Canada, and I could tell the kids were excited about it. They warmed up to the idea of a trip to British Columbia, and were just as curious as I was to see her home. I imagined this trip symbolizing a fresh start, a chance to experience something new, free from the weight of the past. After everything that happened, it felt surreal to have reached this moment of quiet reflection. I realized that sometimes life's harshest betrayals push us toward the people and places we truly belong. The ache of loss had dulled over time, leaving behind resilience, even gratitude, for lessons I hadn't sought but desperately needed. My journey wasn't over, and neither was my family's, but the path was now clear. As we looked ahead, to Nikki, to new beginnings, to peace, I felt a sense of purpose. Perhaps in the end, I'd found more than I'd ever lost. In the end, I realized that healing isn't about forgetting the pain, but learning to live with it, allowing it to shape a stronger, wiser version of myself. Linda's betrayal shattered the foundation I'd built, yet the pieces I picked up formed something far more resilient. With each passing day, I saw the lives I still held close, my children's laughter, their resilience, and my newfound companionship with Nikki transform the emptiness into purpose. Moving forward didn't mean leaving it all behind. It meant carrying the lessons with me, knowing that sometimes peace emerges only after the hardest battles.
Welcome to Cheating Tales Lab. Wonderful to have you here today. We're truly grateful for your continued support. Tell us, where in the world are you tuning in from? Big city? Small town? We'd love to know. Now, let's dive into today's story. Bernie Delacruz stood at the window of St. Mary's Hospital's maternity ward, his fingers drumming against the cold metal frame. The late afternoon sun cast long shadows across the parking lot below, marking another hour of waiting. His wife Christina's labor had started 18 hours ago, and the emergency C-section order had come as no surprise to the medical team that had monitored her difficult pregnancy. "She never did listen about those tennis lessons," muttered Dr. Richards, passing behind Bernie with a stack of charts. The older doctor had warned Christina repeatedly about overexertion, but she dismissed his concerns with a casual wave of her hand. Bernie had watched her leave for those lessons 3 times a week, designer tennis outfits perfectly pressed, returning hours later with barely a drop of sweat. He should have known then. The thought crept in unbidden, and Bernie pushed it away. He'd been too busy with the civil engineering firm to notice the signs. The late-night work dinners, the weekend tennis tournaments he was never invited to attend, the way she tilted her phone screen away when messages arrived. He trusted her completely, focused on building their future, expanding his practice to handle larger commercial projects. "Mr. Delacruz?" A nurse in pale blue scrubs appeared at his elbow. "Your wife is out of surgery. Would you like to meet your son?" Bernie nodded, following her down the sterile hallway. The smell of antiseptic filled his nostrils as they approached the nursery. Through the window, he could see rows of newborns, some crying, others sleeping peacefully in their plastic bassinets. "Here he is," the nurse said proudly, lifting a bundle wrapped in a blue blanket. 7 pounds, 4 ounces. Perfect health. Bernie reached for his son, but as the nurse placed the baby in his arms, time seemed to stop. The world narrowed to a single point of focus, the child's face. The distinctive Asian features were unmistakable: almond-shaped eyes, the particular slope of the nose, the skin tones several shades darker than Bernie's Spanish-Filipino heritage would produce. Features that perfectly matched Linwood Haney, Christina's tennis coach. "Sir?" The nurse touched his arm gently. "Are you all right? You've gone quite pale." Bernie looked down at the child. Not his child, and felt ice spread through his veins. Every suspicion he dismissed, every doubt he'd buried, crystallized into perfect clarity. The late tennis lessons, the work dinners, the hidden phone screen, the way Linwood had looked at Christina during the charity gala last spring, his hand lingering too long on her lower back as he guided her to the dance floor. "I'm fine," Bernie said, his voice steady despite the roaring in his ears. He handed the baby back to the nurse with careful precision. "Please tell my wife I stepped out to make some calls." He walked to his car with measured steps, pulled out his phone, and dialed his lawyer's private number. "James? It's Bernie Delacruz. I need you to draw up divorce papers immediately." "Yes, I know it's after hours." This can't wait. Across town, in his modern glass-walled office, James Chun leaned back in his chair. Bernie, slow down. What's happened? Christina just had your baby. No, Bernie replied, his voice sharp as a blade. She just had Linwood Haney's baby. I need those papers by morning. There was a long pause on the line. Are you certain? This isn't something you can take back. The baby is clearly half Asian, James. Unless you think I somehow have Chinese ancestors I don't know about, there's only one explanation. I want everything ready before she's discharged. Full documentation of infidelity, fraudulent paternity, the works. I'll have it on your desk first thing tomorrow, James said. Bernie, I'm sorry. Bernie ended the call and sat in his car, watching the hospital lights flicker on as dusk settled over the city. In his mind, he was already gone, already planning his exit from the life he'd built here. Seattle, maybe, or Portland, somewhere with enough environmental engineering projects to keep him busy, far enough away to escape the whispers that would follow this revelation. Inside the hospital, Christina was still unconscious from the anesthesia, unaware that her carefully constructed world was about to shatter. Down the hall, in the nursery, her son slept peacefully, while his hidden brother remained tucked away in her womb, his existence concealed by technological limitations and medical oversight. The next morning, Dr. Richards was reviewing Christina's post-operative charts when a junior resident burst into his office. Doctor, you need to see this, she said, holding up a fresh ultrasound. The patient in 304, Mrs. Dela Cruz. She's still showing a fetal heartbeat. Dr. Richards stared at the image, his face draining of color. Get her back into surgery. Now. But Bernie was already gone, his office desk cleared, his clients transferred to other partners. He'd left nothing but a letter, delivered by courier to Christina's hospital room. The baby's features tell me everything I need to know. I won't raise another man's child in a marriage built on lies. Don't try to contact me. The divorce papers will arrive through proper channels. Bernie. Christina read the letter through tears, her hand pressed against her still-swollen abdomen, unaware of the second life stirring within. When the doctors rushed in to tell her about the discovered twin, her initial joy twisted into something darker. Mrs. Dela Cruz, Dr. Richards said, his voice heavy with professional concern, we need to perform another C-section immediately. There's a second baby. Another one? Christina's voice was barely a whisper. Yes, hidden behind his brother in all the previous scans. It's a rare occurrence, but get it out, she snapped. Get it out now. Hours later, as she held her second son, this one bearing Bernie's strong features, Christina made her decision. Her tennis coach, Linwood, hovered awkwardly in the doorway of her hospital room. You should go, she told him, not looking up from the baby. And don't come back. Christina, we should talk about this. About us. Linwood stepped into the room, his confident tennis instructor persona slipping slightly. Now that everything's out in the open, there is no us. Christina cut him off. There never was. You were a mistake. A stupid, selfish mistake that cost me everything. You can't just. I can and I will. Her voice was ice. You have one son. You can send birthday cards if you must, but stay away from us. All of us. Linwood opened his mouth to argue, then closed it at the look in her eyes. He nodded once and left, his tennis shoes squeaking on the hospital floor. Alone with her twins, Christina looked from one face to the other. Michael, with his Asian features that had destroyed her marriage, and Marcus, whose tiny face echoed Bernie's in every line. He doesn't deserve to know, she whispered to Marcus. If he can walk away so easily, he doesn't get to have you. In Seattle, Bernie was already establishing himself in the environmental engineering community. His reputation had preceded him, and firms were eager to snap up a designer known for innovative, sustainable solutions. He threw himself into his work, taking on challenging projects that required all his focus and creativity. The new flood control proposal is impressive, his new partner commented, reviewing Bernie's designs. But you're working yourself too hard. When was the last time you took a break? Bernie looked up from his computer, where complex mathematical models filled the screen. I don't need breaks. I need to work. The partner shrugged and left, already used to Bernie's intense focus and private nature. None of them knew about the wife he'd left behind, or the child that wasn't his. Bernie preferred it that way. He built his new reputation on precision, innovation, and uncompromising standards, both in engineering and in life. Back in California, Christina created her own narrative for the twins. Your father couldn't handle the responsibility, she told them as they grew. He ran away because he was weak. The story became their foundation myth, repeated so often it calcified into truth. She never mentioned that Marcus was Bernie's mirror image, explaining away the differences between the twins as genetic quirks. When Marcus showed an early aptitude for mathematics and structural design, she encouraged it without acknowledging its source. The years passed, and the divide Bernie had created grew deeper. He won awards for his sustainable designs, his name becoming synonymous with environmental innovation in the Pacific Northwest. Each achievement was another brick in the wall between his past and present. Christina raised her boys alone, watching Marcus inherit not just Bernie's features, but his brilliant mind for engineering. She kept her secret buried deep, like a time bomb waiting to explode, never suspecting that her own mortality would eventually force the truth into the light. In their separate worlds, father and son lived parallel lives, their shared DNA expressing itself in matching passions and talents. Bernie designed bridges across rivers, while young Marcus built elaborate structures with his toys. Neither knew the other existed, their connection hidden behind a wall of anger and pride as solid as any of Bernie's concrete foundations. The lie grew roots, spreading through their lives like ivy through stone. It would take another 18 years, and Christina's final confession, before truth could break through those walls, but that was a story for another time. For now, they remained separated by pride, anger, and the weight of unspoken truths. Bernie's colleagues in Seattle sometimes asked why he never remarried, never had children. He would smile politely and change the subject, turning the conversation back to work, to designs, to the solid certainties of engineering principles. In his private moments, he didn't allow himself to wonder about the child he'd walked away from, the child that wasn't his. He'd made his choice with the same precision he applied to his designs, cutting away the compromised structure to build something new, something clean and true. At professional conferences, he became known for his uncompromising standards and innovative solutions. Dela Cruz never settles for less than perfect, they'd say. In his designs or his life, they didn't know how much that perfection had cost him, or what he'd left behind to achieve it. The story of Bernie's departure became local legend in the California engineering community, whispered about at industry events. Some called him cold for leaving a newborn. Others admired his decisive action in the face of betrayal. Bernie ignored it all, focusing on building his new life with the same attention to detail he brought to his designs. You know what they say about Dela Cruz designs? A colleague once commented, built to withstand any storm. Bernie had simply nodded, knowing that some storms leave damage no engineering can repair. But he never regretted his decision, never questioned the choice to excise the cancer of betrayal before it could spread through his life. As Marcus grew into a teenager, his resemblance to Bernie became stark. Christina would sometimes catch herself staring at her son, seeing the ghost of her ex-husband in his serious expression, in the way he approached problems with methodical precision. She watched him excel in mathematics, saw him pore over engineering textbooks with the same intensity Bernie had brought to his work. Each achievement was a reminder of her deception, each award ceremony another moment Bernie should have shared. But pride and anger had calcified into habit, and the truth remained buried under years of carefully constructed lies. Christina built her own successful life, turning her social connections into a thriving interior design business. She dated occasionally, but never seriously, keeping potential partners at arm's length. The twins grew up believing their father's abandonment was a simple fact, like gravity or the laws of mathematics. They didn't question the story. Why would they? It was the foundation their lives were built on, as solid as any of the structures Marcus dreamed of designing. Bernie's letter remained locked in Christina's desk drawer, its harsh truth yellowing with age. Sometimes, late at night, she would take it out and read it again, feeling the old anger rise up like bile in her throat. In those moments, She could almost convince herself that keeping Marcus's existence a secret was justice rather than vengeance. But as the years passed, that certainty began to crack, like hairline fractures in a foundation. It would take her own mortality to finally break it completely, but that revelation was still years away. For now, the walls of silence held firm, keeping father and son apart as surely as any physical distance could. The story of Act 1 ends here, with 3 lives divided by choices that can't be unmade. Bernie in Seattle, building monuments to precision and control. Marcus in California, inheriting a legacy he doesn't know exists. And Christina, keeper of a truth that would eventually demand to be told. But that truth, like the hidden twin in those early ultrasounds, waited in the shadows. Its time would come, but not yet. Not until the weight of secrets and silence grew too heavy to bear. The cancer diagnosis came without warning. Christina Dela Cruz sat in her doctor's office, staring at the scan results while Dr. Sarah Martinez explained the advanced stage of pancreatic cancer. The words terminal and months to live echoed in her ears, but her mind was elsewhere, on the lie she'd maintained for 18 years. Mrs. Dela Cruz? Dr. Martinez leaned forward. Do you have someone who can come with you to your appointments? My sons, Christina replied automatically. They're 18 now. The doctor nodded, making notes in her chart. Family support will be crucial during this time. We can discuss treatment options to extend. How long? Christina cut in. Without treatment, 3 months, maybe 4. Christina nodded, her hand unconsciously touching the old letter in her purse. Bernie's goodbye note that she'd carried all these years like a talisman of her bitterness. That's enough time. At home, she found Marcus in his usual spot at the dining room table, engineering journals spread around him. The sight stopped her in the doorway. He sat exactly as Bernie used to, one hand absently running through his hair as he focused on complex diagrams. Mom? Marcus looked up, his features, Bernie's features, creasing with concern. What did the doctor say? Behind him, Michael entered from the kitchen, his Asian features a constant reminder of her mistakes. The twins were like living photographs of her past, one capturing her greatest betrayal, the other her greatest deception. Sit down, both of you, she said. It's not good news. She told them about the cancer first, watching their different reactions. Michael immediately started talking about treatment options, clinical trials, specialists they could consult. Marcus sat quietly, analyzing the problem like one of his engineering challenges, looking for a solution that didn't exist. There's something else, Christina said, but stopped. Not yet. She couldn't tell Marcus the truth with Michael present. The weight of her deception pressed against her chest, heavier than the cancer growing inside her. The next few weeks passed in a blur of medical appointments and deteriorating health. Christina watched Marcus pore over engineering journals between his hospital visits, his passion for structural design growing stronger each day. Every calculation he solved, every design principle he mastered, was another echo of Bernie. One afternoon, while Michael was at work, Christina called Marcus to her bedroom. Her illness had progressed quickly, leaving her bedridden and weak. The time for truth had come. Marcus, she began, her voice barely above a whisper. There's something you need to know about your father. Marcus stiffened. The subject of their father had always been taboo, reduced to the simple narrative of abandonment. Mom, you don't have to. I do. Christina reached for the envelope she prepared, years of documentation carefully preserved. Your father, Bernie Dela Cruz, he didn't abandon you. He never knew you existed. Marcus stared at her, uncomprehending. What? When Bernie left, he knew about Michael. The pregnancy was difficult, and the doctors, they missed you in the scans. You were hidden behind your brother. The words tumbled out now, unstoppable. By the time they found you, Bernie was gone. I was so angry, so hurt by his departure, that I decided to keep you from him. If he could walk away so easily, I told myself he didn't deserve to know about you. She handed him the envelope with shaking hands. This contains everything: DNA test results, birth records, Bernie's last known whereabouts. He's your biological father, Marcus, not Michael's. Linwood Haney, the tennis coach. He's Michael's father. Marcus opened the envelope, pulling out medical records, photographs, newspaper clippings about Bernie's engineering achievements. His hands shook as he read the DNA test results. "All these years," he said, his voice hollow. "Every time you told us he abandoned his family, I was wrong." Christina's voice cracked. "Bernie was a good man. The affair with Linwood, the lies, those were my failures, not his. My bitterness became a prison for all of us." She grabbed his hand. "You deserve to know him, Marcus. You're so much like him, brilliant with structure and design, just like he was. He's still alive, still designing. I've kept track through engineering journals." Marcus stood abruptly, the papers clutched in his hand. "I need some time." "We don't have much time," Christina reminded him gently. "I'm sorry, Marcus. I'm so sorry." After Marcus left the room, Christina sank back against her pillows. The truth, finally spoken, left a strange emptiness in its wake. She thought of Bernie, wondering if he'd recognize himself in the son he never knew he had. Marcus spent the next week in a daze, alternating between caring for his mother and researching Bernie Delacruz. Each article he found showed another connection. They shared not just features but passions, approaches to problems, ways of thinking. Bernie's innovative environmental engineering solutions filled professional journals and industry publications. When he finally told Michael, his twin's reaction surprised him. "I always wondered," Michael said quietly. "We look nothing alike. And you look exactly like those old photos of Bernie Mom kept hidden. Did you know about Linwood?" Michael nodded. "He sends birthday cards every year. Mom returns them unopened, but I found some once." He respected her wishes to stay away, but he tried to maintain some connection. "What are you going to do?" Michael asked after a long silence. Marcus looked at the latest engineering journal on his desk, open to an article about Bernie's flood control innovations, the exact field Marcus hoped to study in college. "I'm going to find him." The search began in earnest then. Marcus tracked Bernie's career through professional publications while caring for his increasingly frail mother. Each achievement he uncovered felt like a roadmap, showing him not just where Bernie had been, but who he was. "He's presenting at a sustainable engineering conference in Portland next month," Marcus told Michael one evening. "His new flood control designs, they're revolutionary. He's using principles I've been theorizing about in my own studies." Michael watched his brother with a mix of sadness and understanding. "Are you going to go?" "I have to know him," Marcus said simply. "Mom's running out of time and I need to know." Christina declined rapidly over the next few weeks. The cancer spread despite treatment, leaving her confined to hospice care. She spent her lucid moments sharing stories about Bernie with Marcus, small details she'd hoarded all these years. He could solve structural problems in his head, she told Marcus one afternoon, "just like you do." He'd see the solution before others even understood the problem. "Why did you keep track of him all these years if you hated him so much?" Marcus asked. Christina was quiet for a long moment. "I never hated him. I hated myself, and it was easier to pretend the anger was directed at him. Every time I saw your gift for engineering emerge, I knew I'd robbed both of you of something precious." She died 2 days later, slipping away quietly in her sleep. At the funeral, Marcus stood between Michael and an empty space that should have been filled by the father he'd never known. The weight of the conference ticket in his pocket felt like a promise. As Marcus prepared for the next phase of his journey, he found himself studying his reflection, seeing Bernie's features in his own face. Soon, he would stand in the back of a lecture hall in Portland, watching the father he'd never known present innovations that mirrored his own dreams. But that part of the story belonged to the future, to Act 3, where bridges between past and present would finally be built. The truth, once hidden like Marcus himself, had finally emerged. Now it remained to be seen what would be built upon its foundation. Michael helped Marcus pack for Portland, both brothers processing their new reality. "Will you tell him about Mom?" "Eventually," Marcus said. "First, I just need to know who he is." "And who you are." Marcus nodded, carefully folding the DNA test results and birth records. 18 years of stories, and none of them were true. Except maybe one. Which one? That some structures can't be built on broken foundations. Marcus closed his suitcase. Maybe that's why Mom finally told the truth. So whatever comes next would have a solid base. Michael hugged his brother, their different features reflecting their complex heritage. Let me know when you get there. Marcus nodded, picking up his engineering journals, the same ones that had unwittingly connected him to Bernie all these years. The next chapter of their story waited in Portland, but for now, he carried the truth his mother had finally shared. He was Bernie Delacruz's son, and it was time to bridge the gap between past and future. The Portland Convention Center buzzed with activity as engineers from across the country gathered for the Sustainable Infrastructure Summit. Marcus stood at the back of the main lecture hall, his heart pounding as he reviewed the conference schedule for the 10th time. Keynote address: Innovative Flood Control Systems for Climate Change Adaptation. Speaker: Bernard Delacruz, Ph.D. Time: 10 a.m. He'd arrived an hour early, watching attendees file and while clutching the envelope of evidence in his jacket pocket. The DNA test results, birth records, and newspaper clippings felt heavy. 18 years of truth compressed into manila paper. At precisely 10 a.m., Bernie Delacruz stepped onto the stage. Marcus's breath caught. It was like looking into a mirror aged forward 30 years. The same straight-backed posture, the same way of moving with deliberate precision. Bernie had aged well, his hair silver at the temples, but his presence commanding as he began his presentation. Traditional flood control systems fail because they fight against nature, Bernie began, his voice carrying clear authority. Our innovation lies in working with natural water flow patterns while protecting human infrastructure. Marcus watched, mesmerized, as Bernie outlined the same principles he'd been developing in his own college studies. The mathematical models, the structural approaches. It was uncanny how their minds worked along parallel lines. After the presentation, Marcus waited while other attendees asked questions. Bernie handled each query with decisive clarity, showing no patience for poorly thought-out challenges to his design. His responses were sharp, technical, and occasionally cutting when faced with obvious mistakes. If you'd reviewed the stress calculations in Section 4, he told one questioner, you'd see why that failure point isn't possible. Finally, the crowd thinned. Marcus approached the podium, his legs feeling strangely weak. Bernie was gathering his presentation materials, his movements efficient and precise. Mr. Delacruz? Bernie looked up, and for a moment, time seemed to stop. Marcus saw the flash of recognition in his father's eyes, not of him specifically, but of the features they shared. My name is Marcus, he continued, his voice steady despite his racing heart. I'm your son. Mom never told you, but when you left, she was carrying twins. She just told me the truth before she died. Bernie's hands stilled on his papers. His eyes, exact mirrors of Marcus's own, narrowed slightly as they took in every detail of Marcus's face. Twins, he said flatly. Marcus pulled out the envelope, laying the DNA test results on the podium. I was hidden behind Michael in the scans. They found me after you left. Mom, she kept it secret out of anger. She told me everything before the cancer took her. Bernie picked up the DNA results, scanning them with the same focused attention he'd shown his engineering diagrams moments before. His expression remained neutral, but his knuckles whitened slightly on the paper's edge. When did she die? 2 weeks ago. Marcus swallowed hard. She gave me these records, told me where to find you. Said you were a good man in the end. That her anger had been the prison, not your leaving. Bernie set the paper down with precise movements. Your brother, Michael. He's the one I saw. Marcus nodded. Linwood's son. He knows I'm here. He's trying to build his own relationship with Linwood now. Mom kept him away all these years too. And you're in engineering, environmental systems, flood control. Actually, I've read all your papers. Been following your work without knowing. Marcus gestured at the presentation screen behind them. I've been developing similar theories in my studies. Bernie was quiet for a long moment, his eyes moving between the DNA results and Marcus's face. When he spoke, his voice was controlled, professional. I have a meeting with the conference organizers in 10 minutes. After that, I'd like to hear about your theories on flood control systems. There's a coffee shop in the lobby. Marcus recognized the tone, the same one he used when processing complex problems. I'll be there. Their first real conversation lasted 4 hours. Bernie ordered coffee black, just as Marcus did. They spoke initially about engineering, safe territory where their shared passion created a bridge between years of silence. Your mathematical models for water flow, Bernie said, studying Marcus's notebook, they're surprisingly sophisticated for an undergraduate. I see the patterns intuitively, Marcus explained. The numbers just make sense. Like a language. Exactly like that. They moved gradually to personal territory. Bernie asked precise questions about Marcus's life, education, goals. He showed neither emotion nor regret about the past, treating it with the same analytical approach he brought to engineering problems. Your mother's decision to hide your existence was calculated for maximum impact, he observed. She always did understand structural weak points. She regretted it at the end. Regret doesn't change structural reality, Bernie replied. But new structures can be built on old foundations, if the engineering is sound. Over the next 5 years, they built their relationship with the same precision they brought to their engineering projects. Bernie reviewed Marcus's college work, offering critiques that pushed him to greater innovation. They began collaborating on projects, their similar minds approaching problems from complementary angles. Their first joint project was a flood control system for a small coastal city. Bernie's experience combined with Marcus's fresh theoretical approaches created something revolutionary. Your water flow calculations here, Bernie said one day, pointing to a complex diagram. They solve a problem I've been working on for a decade. I was building on your previous research, Marcus replied. The solution was hidden in your old papers, like I was hidden in those scans. Bernie's expression didn't change, but he nodded slowly. Some things need time to emerge. Speaking of which, how is your brother handling Linwood? They're finding their way. Michael's working in sports medicine now. Turns out he has Linwood's gift for understanding physical mechanics. But he still comes to all our project presentations. They develop traditions over time. Monthly video calls to review new research. Annual fishing trips where they talked engineering over quiet lakes. Holiday gatherings that gradually expanded to include Michael and later, Marcus's wife and son. Bernie never spoke of regret or what-ifs. He approached their relationship like one of his projects, assessing current conditions, designing appropriate solutions, implementing with precision. He remained the same strong, occasionally ruthless figure in his professional life, known for his uncompromising standards and innovative designs. The industry watched with interest as Bernard Delacruz's work began showing influences of younger theories, while Marcus Delacruz's name started appearing on major projects. Few knew the personal story behind their collaboration. Their masterpiece came near the end of Bernie's career, an earthquake-resistant bridge design that combined Bernie's decades of experience with Marcus's theoretical innovations. They worked on it for 3 years, testing and refining every detail. At the international conference where they presented their work, Bernie sat in the audience while Marcus took the stage. He watched his son command the room with the same authority he'd shown throughout his career, explaining their revolutionary design with precise clarity. The key innovation, Marcus explained to the packed auditorium, lies in how the structure adapts to seismic stress patterns. Traditional designs resist movement. Ours works with it, like water flowing around obstacles. The design won them joint recognition from the international engineering community. The awards ceremony photos showed their matching features clearly, father and son with the same focused eyes and straight-backed posture, holding identical medals. During one of their last conversations, as Bernie's health began to fade, they sat in his Seattle office overlooking the water. The wall behind his desk displayed their shared patent certificates and engineering awards. Your mother's anger gave you life, Bernie said, studying the bridge designs on his screen. If she hadn't hidden you, you might never have been born. The structural failure of their relationship created space for new construction. Marcus understood the engineering metaphor, his father's preferred language for emotional topics. Sometimes life's greatest gifts come wrapped in pain. Bernie nodded. Like stress forces in a bridge cable. Properly engineered, they become strength. The end came peacefully. Bernie worked until the last week of his life, reviewing designs and offering critiques from his hospital bed. His final professional act was to sign off on a joint paper with Marcus about earthquake-resistant architecture. At the memorial service, Marcus stood between Michael and his own young son. Bernie Jr., the boy, already showed signs of the family gift, building complex structures with his toys and asking endless questions about how things worked. Michael squeezed his brother's shoulder as they listened to industry leaders praise Bernie's innovations and uncompromising brilliance. No one mentioned the personal stories, the betrayal, the hidden son, the bridges built between past and future. Those belonged to the family alone. After the service, Marcus placed their shared engineering medal on Bernie's headstone. The inscription they'd chosen together caught the afternoon light. The greatest structures are built on foundations of truth. Bernie Jr. studied the medal with serious eyes. Dad, will you teach me about bridges like Grandpa taught you? Marcus smiled, recognizing Bernie's focused expression on his son's face. Some bridges take time to build, buddy, but they're worth the wait. Michael joined them at the headstone, 3 generations of a complex family united by time and truth. He never did believe in easy solutions, Michael observed. No, Marcus agreed. He believed in correct ones. Everything else was just poor engineering. They left the cemetery together, the medal glinting on Bernie's headstone like a bridge between past and future, its inscription a reminder that some structures transcend the materials that build them. The story began with a betrayal in a hospital room, but it ended with a truth stronger than the lies that birthed it. Bernie's legacy lived on not just in the structures he'd built, but in the principles he'd passed down: precision, innovation, and the understanding that even the deepest divisions could be bridged with proper engineering. In his office at the university, Marcus kept the envelope of evidence his mother had given him, now accompanied by years of photos, project plans, and memories built with the father he'd found. And on his wall hung the first blueprint he and Bernie had worked on together, marked with both their corrections, a physical reminder that some designs take time to perfect. The greatest structures, after all, are built on foundations of truth, and sometimes, those foundations are discovered rather than laid, emerging from the hidden places where life's complexities rest, waiting to be found by those willing to look deeper than the surface. Epilogue. 10 years later. The consequences of truth have a way of spreading like stress fractures through concrete, their patterns only visible with time. 10 years after Bernie Dela Cruz's memorial service, those patterns had become clear. Michael Haney, he'd taken his biological father's surname 5 years ago, stood in the empty tennis center where Linwood had once coached. The facility was being demolished to make way for one of Marcus's innovative sports complexes. Poetic justice, some might say, that Bernie's son's design would replace the site of Christina's betrayal. Feels strange, Linwood said beside him. Time hadn't been kind to the former tennis coach. His affair with Christina had marked the peak of his life, everything after a slow decline. No prestigious coaching positions had materialized. Country clubs had quietly declined his services once the story spread. He'd ended up teaching beginners at public courts, watching younger coaches claim the positions he'd once dreamed of. The new complex will have 10 indoor courts, Michael said, his voice neutral. Their relationship, built late in life, remained professional rather than paternal. State-of-the-art facilities for rehabilitation therapy. Linwood nodded, his once proud posture stooped with age and regret. Your mother would have appreciated the irony. Her tennis lessons leading to this. Mom appreciated very little at the end, Michael replied. The bitterness in Christina's final years had consumed her, her deception becoming a cancer that matched the one in her body. Her choices had cascaded through decades, touching everyone in their orbit. The last time he'd visited her grave, weeds had grown through the cracked concrete of her headstone. No one maintained it. The groundskeeper said years sometimes passed between visitors, a stark contrast to Bernie's well-maintained memorial, where engineers still left tokens of respect, and family gathered regularly to honor his legacy. Did you ever regret it? Michael asked suddenly. The affair, the lies? Linwood's hand trembled as he touched the worn tennis court net. Every day, I lost everything, my reputation, my career. For what? A married woman who saw me as nothing but an escape from her own unhappiness. He laughed bitterly. Bernie Dela Cruz built an engineering empire. I taught backhand to 8-year-olds at the YMCA. Michael studied his biological father, the man his mother had thrown away her marriage for. Linwood's designer tennis clothes had been replaced by discount store attire. His confident swagger had deteriorated into an uncertain shuffle. The annual birthday cards had stopped 5 years ago when he could no longer afford the postage. Across town, in the gleaming headquarters of Delacruz Environmental Engineering, Marcus sat in what had once been Bernie's office. The wall of patents and awards had grown, new innovations building on his father's foundations. On his desk, a photo showed 4 generations of engineers, Bernie in his last year, Marcus, Bernie Jr. now in college studying structural engineering, and little Sophia, Marcus's daughter, already showing the family gift for mathematical thinking. The phone rang. Michael, calling from the tennis center. They're starting demolition next week, Michael reported. Linwood came to say goodbye to the place. He's not doing well. Marcus nodded, though his brother couldn't see it. How are you handling it? I've made my peace. He's paid for his choices every day since. Sometimes I think he and Mom deserved each other. Both so focused on what they wanted that they couldn't see what they were destroying. The brothers had discussed this many times over the years. How Christina's deception had poisoned her relationship with both sons in their final years. How her bitterness had isolated her until even Michael's attempts at reconciliation met cold resistance. Sophia asked about her grandmother yesterday, Marcus said. She saw Mom's picture in the family album. What did you tell her? The truth. That she made mistakes that hurt a lot of people and never found a way to make peace with them. That anger can destroy foundations faster than any natural disaster. Michael was quiet for a moment. Bernie would have appreciated that engineering metaphor. They both smiled, remembering their father's way of relating everything to structural principles. The demolition began the following week. Marcus went to watch with Michael, standing beside their shared brother as the walls came down. Linwood had been invited but declined, unable to face the physical destruction of his last connection to his former life. Did you know, Michael said, watching the wrecking ball swing. Mom left him her tennis trophies in her will? Some kind of final mockery. They're probably worth something as scrap metal now. It's all he has left. The brothers had chosen different paths after Bernie's death. Marcus had taken over the engineering firm, expanding it into new territories while maintaining Bernie's uncompromising standards. Michael had become a respected sports medicine specialist, turning his understanding of physical mechanics toward healing rather than competition. They'd both married, had children, built lives that honored truth rather than concealment. Michael's daughter showed talent for medicine, while Marcus's children inherited the engineering mind that had defined Bernie's lineage. The impact of Christina and Linwood's choices had rippled outward, touching lives beyond their immediate circle. The tennis students who'd whispered about their coach's scandal, the engineering clients who'd followed Bernie to Seattle, the colleagues who'd watched Marcus and Bernie's relationship unfold through their collaborative projects. Even now, a decade after Bernie's death, industry publications occasionally ran retrospectives about the Delacruz engineering dynasty. They focused on the innovations, the awards, the revolutionary designs. Few knew the personal story, how betrayal had led to discovery, how deception had ultimately revealed deeper truths. Christina's final years had been marked by increasing isolation. Her interior design business had faltered as clients quietly took their projects elsewhere. Society friends had drifted away, uncomfortable with her bitterness. Even Michael's attempts to maintain a connection had met with cold resistance. I gave up everything for you, she told Michael during one of their last conversations. My marriage, my reputation, my chance at happiness. No, Mom, Michael had replied. You gave those up for yourself, for what you wanted in the moment. We were just collateral damage in your choices. She died alone in her small apartment, surrounded by aging tennis trophies and yellowing photos of her glory days. The contrast with Bernie's passing, celebrated by industry leaders, mourned by family, honored by generations of engineers, couldn't have been starker. Linwood's decline had been equally dramatic. The tennis world had no place for a coach known for seducing married students. His technique might have been excellent, but country clubs and private schools wouldn't risk their reputations. He'd moved between increasingly modest facilities, his dreams of coaching champions replaced by endless beginner lessons. Your mother, he told Michael once, she promised we'd build something special together. A future. Instead, We destroyed everything we touched. The demolition crew worked efficiently, erasing the tennis center where it had all begun. In its place would rise a modern sports complex designed by Marcus's firm, its innovative architecture incorporating Bernie's principles of working with natural forces rather than against them. "Did you ever wonder," Michael asked as they watched, "what would have happened if Mom had told Bernie about you right away?" Marcus considered this, analyzing it like one of his engineering problems. The structure was already compromised. Her deception about you, about Linwood, telling the truth about me wouldn't have repaired that damage. Sometimes demolition is the only way forward. They stood in silence as the last wall fell. Soon, construction would begin on the new complex. Marcus's design included a memorial garden, though not to Christina or Linwood. Instead, it would honor Bernie's engineering principles, working with nature, building on truth, creating structures that stood the test of time. In the years since Bernie's death, his approach had been validated repeatedly. His flood control systems had saved communities. His environmental designs had changed industry standards. Through Marcus, his innovations continued to evolve and improve. The brothers drove together to Bernie's grave after the demolition. The headstone remained pristine, the engineering metal still gleaming. Bernie Jr. was there, working on college engineering calculations beside the grave. "Uncle Michael," he jumped up to greet them. "I've been studying grandfather's original flood control designs. The mathematical elegance is incredible." Michael hugged his nephew, seeing echoes of Bernie in the young man's focused expression. The family gift had passed cleanly through the generations, untainted by the lies that had marked its discovery. Later that evening, at Marcus's home, the extended family gathered for their monthly dinner. These gatherings had become tradition after Bernie's death, a way to maintain the connections he'd helped forge in his final years. Bernie Jr. excitedly showed off his latest engineering projects. Sophia demonstrated a structural principle using her building blocks. Michael's daughter discussed her medical school applications. The room buzzed with the energy of passionate minds pursuing truth in their chosen fields. "Dad," Sophia asked Marcus suddenly, "why don't we ever visit grandmother's grave?" The room quieted. Marcus exchanged glances with Michael before answering. "Because graves are structures too," he said, using the language their grandfather had taught them. "They need maintenance, care, regular attention. Your grandmother? She built walls instead of bridges. In the end, those walls isolated her from everyone who might have maintained her memory." "Like poor engineering?" Sophia suggested. "Exactly. The greatest structure are built on foundations of truth." The whole family finished together, smiling at the familiar phrase. As the evening wound down, Marcus and Michael stood on the balcony, overlooking the city their father had helped shape. Bernie's innovations were visible in the skyline. Sustainable buildings, flood control systems, bridges that seemed to float on air. "I saw Linwood at the grocery store last week," Michael said quietly. "He was counting change to buy generic bread." Marcus nodded. "Choices have consequences. Dad taught us that about engineering. Turns out it applies to life too." The brothers stood in comfortable silence, each reflecting on the paths that had led them here. Their mother's deception, meant to hurt Bernie, had instead given Marcus a chance at life. Linwood's betrayal, intended to steal happiness, had left him with nothing but regrets. Bernie's approach, facing truth head-on, building carefully on solid foundations, had created lasting legacy. His grandchildren would carry forward not just his engineering principles, but his understanding that integrity was the strongest building material of all. The demolition of the tennis center marked the final physical remnant of Christina and Linwood's choices, but the lessons of their story continued through the generations. Every time Marcus designed a new structure, every time Michael healed a patient, every time their children pursued truth in their own ways, they honored the father who had shown them how to build bridges across life's deepest divides. The sun set over the city, casting long shadows through the innovative buildings that marked Bernie's legacy. Tomorrow, construction would begin on the new sports complex. The cycle of destruction and creation would continue, guided by the principles Bernie had lived by. Work with natural forces, build on truth, create structures that stand the test of time. In the end, that was the real legacy. Not just the physical structures or engineering innovations, but the understanding that every choice, every action, every relationship needed solid foundations to survive. Christina and Linwood had built on lies, and time had eroded everything they created. Bernie had built on truth, and his work continued to rise, reaching toward the future through the generations that followed. The greatest structures, after all, are built on foundations of truth.
This is where our story comes to an end. Share your thoughts in the comment section. Thanks for your time. If you enjoy the story, please subscribe to this channel. Click on the video you see on the screen, and I will see you there.
Jeff had always loved motorbikes. As a young man, he spent hours in the garage with his father, learning about engines and riding. This passion grew into a hobby, connecting him with friends who shared his love for biking. They formed a club not for formalities, but for the joy of riding together. Now in his mid-40s, Jeff found comfort and belonging in these gatherings, which provided a much-needed escape from his turbulent life. Jeff's work dedication had strained his personal life, leading to a painful divorce and a distant relationship with his son. Seeking a new beginning, he moved to Cornwall, hoping to rebuild his life. The bike club became his sanctuary, a place to forget his troubles and enjoy friendship and the open road. On September the 19th, 1998, the club's annual barbecue was in full swing, with food and drinks flowing freely. More than a dozen motorbikes were parked among the dunes. This gathering marked the end of the season for the close-knit group of friends. Jeff, a tall, broad-shouldered man with a full beard, noticed her arrival. She stood out in a long denim skirt, thick sweater, and overcoat on this unusually warm evening, while others wore swimsuits. Jeff approached her and invited her to join their group. He recognized the signs of distress in her unkempt hair and sleepless eyes, a look he knew well. She declined and moved further down the beach. Back with his friends, Jeff faced teasing, especially from Lenny, who joked about his interest in her. "She's no bag lady, Lenny. Her clothes are expensive. She looks very troubled." Lenny, a stockbroker by day and a biker by night, was Jeff's friend and financial advisor. He put an arm around Jeff, saying, "She's not your problem. Come on back to the party." As the party continued, Jeff kept an eye on the woman. Despite enjoying the festivities, she occupied his mind. As darkness fell, the party broke up. When the last bike left, Jeff went through the dunes to where the woman sat. She appeared to be waiting for something. As the tide retreated, she walked towards the water. Jeff, sensing her intent, ran after her, stripping off his clothes. The water was over her knees when he reached her. He called out, but she ignored him. As the waves crashed on her thighs, Jeff swam towards her. She was about to throw herself into the tide when he grabbed her waist. Startled, she screamed and struggled. "I'm sorry, I can't let you do this," Jeff shouted over the waves. "Leave me alone. I want to die," she screamed back. "If we go further, we'll both drown. Is that what you want?" Jeff turned her to face him. "Let me go. I don't want to live anymore. If you go out there, I'll have to try to rescue you. I'm not a good swimmer, and we'll probably both die. Please save my life and come out of the water." She looked into his eyes, tears streaming down her face. Deep sobs shook her body. Jeff hugged her, and they stood in the surf, battling the waves. Then he led her back to the dry sand, picking up his scattered clothes. He knew he couldn't leave her there and had to get her away from the beach. He lifted the soaked coat from her shoulders. "I think this coat is ruined. The skirt might be salvageable, but the sweater is done for. You should change out of them before you get too cold. Here, put on my jeans and sweatshirt. I have a jacket in the pickup I can wear over my swimsuit." The woman looked at Jeff expectantly as she reached to unfasten her skirt. "Turn around, please," she said. Jeff apologized and turned his back, hoping she wouldn't run back to the sea. "It's all right, you can look now." He turned and burst out laughing. The jeans were too long, and she had to hold the waistband to keep them up. The sweatshirt sleeves covered her hands. "Sorry for laughing, but that outfit fits where it touches. Let me roll the legs up. There's some rope in the pickup we can use as a belt." Jeff knelt and rolled up the jeans until Helen wasn't standing on them. When he stood, he smiled at her. "Now that you've managed to get into my jeans, I think I deserve to know your name," he said. "It's Helen McAllister," she replied. "Nice to meet you, Helen. I'm Jeff Cockburn. Let's find you a belt and get off this beach before it gets cold," Jeff said. They walked to the pickup, and Jeff found a rope, threading it through the jeans and pulling it tight around her waist. They got into the truck, and Jeff turned it around. "Jeff, why are you doing this?" Helen asked. "Because I want to." And because I owe someone, Jeff said. He would have said more, but he saw something in the moonlight. A tall, athletic woman in a white swimsuit. She pushed her dark hair back as she strode out of the surf. Jeff reached out, shaking Helen's leg. "Do you see that?" he asked, pointing. "See what? I only see waves and sand," Helen replied. Jeff looked again, but there was nothing. He shook his head. "Jeff, are you all right?" Helen asked with concern. "I'm fine," he said, snapping back to reality. "Let's get you some fish and chips. I'm betting you haven't eaten in a while." Jeff drove to Padstow, glancing at Helen occasionally to gauge her state of mind. He hoped showing her kindness was the right thing. "What do you mean, you owe someone?" Helen questioned. "Someone did something for me. I can't pay them back, so I'm paying it forward." "Ask me about it later," Jeff said. "Where are we going for fish and chips?" Helen asked. They continued in silence until Jeff parked. He jumped out, opened Helen's door, and guided her to the shop. "I thought you said fish and chips." "This looks like a fancy restaurant," Helen said, confused. "It's just a chip shop. The restaurant is across town. They know me here," Jeff explained. The man behind the counter greeted Jeff. "Hi, Jeff. Expecting the crowd tonight?" Brian asked. "Not tonight, Brian. Just a table for two," Jeff responded. "Sorry, Jeff. We're closed," Brian said. Jeff looked around the empty shop. "Brian, I can see you're rushed off your feet. Can you put some cod and chips on a plate for the lady and a chip buddy for me?" "I'll even do the washing up," Jeff said with a grin. Brian laughed. "You do the washing up? That'll be the day. Do you want any drinks?" Brian asked. "I'll have coffee, and the lady might prefer hot chocolate," Jeff said. "Right, you two. Go sit down and I'll bring them over," Brian instructed. Jeff went to the toilet and returned to find the food on the table. Helen's eyes looked different, less dead. "They think a lot of you here," Helen noted. "Brian's a mate, a frustrated biker," Jeff said. "The waitress spoke highly of you," Helen mentioned. "What waitress? The restaurant is closed," Jeff said, puzzled. "The one who wiped the tables? Tall, mid-30s, dark hair, brown eyes, nice figure," Helen described. Jeff looked around the empty restaurant. "Point her out to me," he requested. "She's gone now, but she said you were the nicest man she knew," Helen insisted. Jeff shook his head. "The restaurant closed half an hour ago. All the staff have gone home. Brian is alone here," Jeff explained. "I know what I saw and heard. She said good things about you," Helen affirmed. "No doubt. Your description just sounds like someone I used to know, but it couldn't be her," Jeff said, shaking his head. Jeff nodded towards her plate. "Eat up and tell me what you think," he suggested. Jeff glanced at Helen, asleep beside him in the truck. She'd enjoyed her meal but couldn't finish it, and now she was exhausted. When he parked in his driveway and turned off the engine, she didn't wake. Jeff gently closed the truck door, opened his front door, then returned to carry Helen inside. He took her to the guest bedroom, removed the rope belt, his jeans, and the sweatshirt. Despite her disheveled appearance, he found her beautiful. Covering her with a duvet, he whispered, "Sweet dreams, fair princess," and left the room. Jeff locked up the truck and settled down with a glass of wine, pondering what had put Helen in such a state. He guessed it wasn't about money, judging by her expensive clothes. Memories of his ex-wife, Jackie, briefly surfaced, but he pushed them aside, focusing on Helen instead. He set her clothes to wash and went to bed, reflecting on the day's events before picking up his book. Just after midnight, Helen appeared in Jeff's bedroom doorway. "I'm sorry, I was just checking it wasn't a dream," she said. "Couldn't you sleep?" Jeff asked. "I woke up somewhere strange and panicked. Did you undress me?" Helen inquired. "Yes, but I left your underwear on. Your skirt is in the wash," Jeff replied. "Thank you. I don't have anything clean to sleep in." "Do you have something I can wear?" Helen asked. "I have some long shirts in the wardrobe and t-shirts in the second drawer," Jeff said. Helen took a shirt and went to the bathroom. Jeff heard the shower running and then felt the bed move as she climbed in. "Jeff, would you hold me? I really need someone to hold me," she said. She sobbed as he held her. When she calmed down, they both drifted off to sleep. Jeff woke up alone, showered, and went to the kitchen, where he found Helen making coffee and toast. "I was going to start breakfast, but didn't know what you liked. Do you have an iron? My skirt is full of creases," Helen said. Jeff retrieved the iron and ironing board. "Egg and bacon okay for you?" he asked. She nodded. As they ate, Helen frequently looked into Jeff's eyes, seeing both kindness and sadness. He tried to get her to open up. "So, do you want to tell me what led up to last night?" Jeff asked. "I don't want to burden you with my problems. You've done more than enough. I should go," Helen replied. "You can leave if you want, but it might be difficult in just your skirt and underwear. I'll drive you wherever you need, Jeff said. Jeff noticed a gold wedding band on her left hand, topped with a diamond ring. I see you're married. Do you want to call your husband and tell him where you are? He asked. Helen started crying again. Jeff immediately understood, stood beside her, and held her face to his waist. So it's husband troubles. What happened? He inquired gently. I don't have a husband anymore. He's divorcing me, Helen sobbed. Jeff took her hands and waited for her to stop crying. Is that why you went to the beach last night? Jeff asked. Partly. I'm usually the one people depend on. I lead a team of accountants helping clients with tax plans. Now I can't even handle my own life, Helen said. That's not silly. Divorce is as stressful as losing a loved one, Jeff reassured her. There were no signs. We were married for 10 years and trying to start a family. 3 weeks ago, he told me he loved someone else and moved out, Helen explained. But that was 3 weeks ago. What happened since then? Jeff asked. I saw him with her on Friday at Mother Care. She's pregnant. She's giving him the baby I couldn't. I felt worthless and unloved. I ended up here without thinking, Helen said, her voice trembling. Do you still feel that way? Jeff asked softly. I don't know. I don't think so. She squeezed Jeff's hands. If it weren't for you, I wouldn't be here. I owe it to both of us to make the best of it, Helen said, her voice stronger. Then we've got a busy day ahead. You need clothes, and you should talk to Angie, Jeff suggested. I lost my purse last night. Everything was in it. My ID, credit cards, and cash, Helen said. Does a motorcycle mechanic make enough to loan me some money? She asked with a weak smile. I'm not a mechanic. I own the dealership. Don't worry about the money. Who is Angie? Jeff explained. The blonde girl at the party. She's a top solicitor. She can help you with the divorce. You may not want it, but she can make sure you don't lose out, Jeff said. Is there anything you haven't thought of? Helen asked, half joking. Yes, how I'll ever wear that shirt again without seeing you in it. Now go dry your hair, pick a clean shirt, and we'll go to Newquay for clothes and shoes, Jeff said with a smile. Helen almost smiled as she went to get dressed. Newquay wasn't ideal for shopping on a Sunday, but they managed to find enough for a few days. As they drove, Helen observed Jeff more closely. His dark beard and gray hair suggested he was about 45. He had a strong, tanned physique, showing he spent a lot of time outside. She remembered feeling safe in his arms. What had possessed her to climb into his bed? Yet she felt relief when he turned away, letting her snuggle against his back. By 2 p.m., they had bought her clothes and shoes. They sat at a cafe, drinking coffee and making plans. Jeff called Angie and arranged a visit. After a light lunch, he gave her a tour of the area. Helen noted Jeff's confidence and the respect he received. She wondered why a man with so much going for him was alone and sad. At Angie's, Jeff left Helen with her while he and John, Angie's husband, talked bikes over beers. After an hour, Helen, looking tearful, asked to go home. On the drive back, Jeff decided to ask about her meeting with Angie. How did it go with Angie? Jeff asked. She said the same as you. I can't stop the divorce, so I need the best settlement. She suggested trying IVF with a new partner and using the settlement for that. She helped me see it wasn't my fault. My husband didn't leave me because I couldn't have children. He found that out after he started cheating, Helen replied. Helen then started to delve deeper. Jeff, who is Wellard? She asked. What? Jeff responded, taken aback. Angie said if I wanted to know you, I should ask you about Wellard, Helen explained. Wellard is me, it's a nickname, Jeff clarified. How did you get that nickname? Helen inquired. It happened at the St. Paul's Carnival in Bristol. It's a big event that draws a lot of people, but the National Front held a rally on the same day. There was some trouble, Jeff began. And you were involved? Helen asked. Not really. I don't look for trouble, but I can't ignore certain things. A young kid about 17 was attacked by some National Front skinheads. The police at the station did nothing, so I rode my bike straight at them. They scattered, but one came back with a knife. I knocked him out with my helmet. Angie, my lawyer friend, sorted it out with the police. The guy I knocked out was a repeat offender, Jeff recounted. But why Wellard? Helen pressed. Jeff smiled. The kid I helped said, "You is Wellard for an old guy." The name stuck, and my biker friends started calling me that, he explained. So you're not just my hero. You're everyone's knight in shining armor, Helen remarked. I'm just trying to do the right thing, Jeff said modestly. I'm glad you do. Whatever led me to your beach did me a huge favor, Helen said, leaning on his shoulder. Can I cook for you tonight? Of course, if that's what you want, Jeff agreed. She got excited feeling his muscles as she squeezed his arm. As she cooked, she kept glancing at Jeff, feeling drawn to him. She wanted him, but wasn't sure how to make a move. She thought about the previous night when he'd done nothing. Maybe he doesn't fancy me. She decided to take a chance and make herself vulnerable again. For the first time in 2 years, Jeff ate a meal at home that he hadn't cooked himself. He couldn't take his eyes off Helen as she moved around the kitchen. He admired her trim waist and remembered the sight of her lying on the bed. When they'd finished eating, she made him coffee and then kissed him on the lips. Jeff responded, pulling her onto his lap. They kissed passionately. Helen pulled away to catch her breath. "Well, that answers one question. You're straight?" she asked, a hint of teasing in her voice. "Of course. Who said I wasn't?" Jeff replied, surprised. "No one. People say what a lovely man you are, yet there's no woman in your life. I just wondered," Helen explained. "Are you happy now? You know I'm straight. You were at my mercy last night, but I didn't try to seduce you. Maybe you think I don't find you attractive," Jeff said. Helen shook her head. "No, I don't think that. I'm just glad to know you," she said softly, resting her head on his shoulder. Helen looked into his eyes, hoping he would say it wasn't true. She wanted him to take her in his arms and love her. She waited for his reply, holding her breath. "If I'd taken advantage of you last night, I'd have lost your respect. I turned away so you wouldn't notice what was happening to me. As for not finding you attractive, I think I've just shown that I do." Her heart raced. She wanted him, but wondered if she should make the first move. She loved his gentlemanly nature, but feared it might hold him back. She decided to act. "I'm glad. It makes this easier. You've been so good to me, and I need to ask another favor. Would you make love to me, please?" She looked down, her red hair falling across her face. Jeff could hardly believe it. It had been almost 2 years since he'd been with anyone. He thought about it and realized she was grateful to him. He struggled to respond, his face reddening. "Helen, I'm flattered, but making love is important to me. I don't want to do it out of obligation or gratitude. It has to be because we care for each other." Helen was silent for a moment. "I should feel insulted, but I don't. I'm not offering my body as a thank you. I'm asking because you're the most wonderful man I've ever met. My head is a mess, but this isn't gratitude. I want you. If you didn't care, you'd have left me to the police or a hospital, so I'll ask again. Please, Jeff, take me upstairs and make love to me," Helen said earnestly. She took his hand and they went upstairs to his bedroom. They stood by the bed, and Jeff kissed her. She looked into his eyes. "I've never kissed a man with a beard before. It feels soft and tickles my nose," she giggled. Jeff pulled her close, their kissing intensifying. They made love. "If I can stay here, you might not have to wait long," Helen said. She lay close to him and Jeff put his arm around her. "I could lie like this forever. Can I stay, Jeff?" she asked softly. "You can stay as long as you want," he replied, kissing her. "I think I should take a shower." "Is there room for 2?" she asked playfully. They showered together, returned to bed, snuggled, and fell asleep. Helen woke up looking at Jeff with love in her eyes. Jeff was woken in a way he'd never experienced. "Ooh, you're awake. I thought I'd have to start the party on my own. Wow, you were right. It was better," she said, kissing him. "You were so good to me. I don't deserve this." "You think it's one-sided? You gave me the best night of my life," Jeff replied. "Helen, you deserve all I can give you, and more," he added. They kissed, and Helen got up. Jeff realized he would be late for work for the first time since buying the business. He wanted to enjoy his time with her. Over breakfast, they discussed their plans. Jeff had to work, and Helen planned to visit the bank to repay him. That night, Jeff found her distressed. The bank had refused her access to her accounts without proper ID, which had been in her lost purse. Jeff told her it was no problem, but she felt the need for independence. "I must go home, Jeff. I need to sort things out. I have a job, and my company will want to know why I missed work. I've canceled my cards, but replacements will be sent to my home. My passport is there too. Once I have it, I can prove who I am and access my money," Helen explained. She saw the sadness in his eyes as she continued. "Can you do me a favor and buy me a train ticket back to Radlett? I'll repay you as soon as I access my bank accounts," she asked. "The money isn't important, Helen. I don't want you to leave. I enjoy having you here," Jeff said, his voice filled with emotion. "And I love being here. Honestly, I think I'm falling for you, but I need to take control of my life. There's so much to do. Get my finances in order, deal with my possessions and clothes. Douglas has moved out, so I'm selling the house. You understand, Jeff? I have a new life ahead, hopefully with you. But I need to wrap up my old life first. This isn't the end, Jeff. It's more like the beginning if you want it to be. You know what I want. If getting you back means I lose you for a while, then that's what I must do, Jeff said with a heavy heart. That night, they were together again and found it even better than before. The next morning, Jeff drove her to the station, feeling the weight of her imminent departure. They arrived just as the London train left. With an hour to wait for the next one, they settled in the station cafe. Jeff, when I asked why you helped me, you said you owed someone. It didn't seem like money. Can you tell me what you owe and to whom? Helen asked, her curiosity piqued. Her name is Vanessa Richardson and I owe her my life. It's nothing special, just something I can't repay, Jeff replied, looking down. You can't leave it at that. We have time. Tell me the story, Helen urged. Are you sure? It's a long story and you might not like it, Jeff warned. Just tell me, Jeff, Helen insisted, leaning closer. Jeff took a deep breath and began. Okay, the story starts 2 years ago. I founded a software company, Cockburn Software Solutions, CSS PLC, right out of college. It took off because everyone was buying PCs and Windows made them easier to use. We developed commercial software like office suites and accounting packages. We did well and floated the company on the stock market, keeping 60% of the shares, which gave my wife Jackie and me control. We also gained a business partner with management expertise. Things were good for a while, but demand for our software declined. Even Microsoft was developing hardware. I knew we couldn't rely on our current model forever, so I explored new revenue streams. We focused on bespoke software for businesses and developing digital TV boxes. My partner, Simon, opposed these ideas, but with 60% of the shares, Jackie and I had the final say. This marked the beginning of our troubles. I traveled around the country securing contracts for bespoke software, neglecting my family. I was focused on the company's growth and could have sold the company for a lot of money, but I felt responsible for my employees and wanted to build something for my son. I didn't realize I wasn't giving my family the attention they deserved. Then I landed our biggest deal, a contract to develop firmware for digital TV set-top boxes. It secured our future. I was ecstatic and planned to make it up to Jackie with a holiday. When I got home, I was surprised to see Simon's car. Inside, Jackie, Simon, and my 17-year-old son Hyun were on the sofa waiting for me. I excitedly told them the news, but no one reacted. Simon finally said, "Sit down, Jeff." Confused, I sat down. He explained, "We've shut down the development section and laid off the staff. The company can't afford it, so we're sticking to what we know." "On whose authority?" I demanded. "Jackie and I have a controlling interest. I'm the CEO." Jackie's hands rested on Simon's, showing support. "We had an emergency shareholders meeting yesterday and voted you off the board," Simon said. "We're profitable without financing your projects." "This has nothing to do with you sleeping with my wife?" I asked. The hand movement suggested more than business. "No, that's separate. This is business. I'm grateful to Jackie for her support," Simon replied. Jackie added, "He's right. Your spending was out of control. We had to stop you before you ruined the company." "Really, Jackie? Whose bed were you in when he told you that?" She handed me an envelope containing divorce papers citing irreconcilable differences. "I won't take you to the cleaners, Jeff. You've been a good husband, but it's not working anymore. I hope we can still be friends." "Friends? You steal my company, sleep with the enemy, and expect to remain friends? Did you ever know me at all?" "I hope you'll change your mind once you've calmed down. We still have our son to think about. We should try to get along. I'll be leaving with Simon tonight. Maybe you'll reconsider when we're gone." Half an hour before, I was on top of the world. Now it was falling apart. My 17-year-old son sat there, silent. "Hyun, what's your part in this? I'm going to live with Mom and Simon. So he's taken my company, my wife, and now my son. Is that it?" "What do you expect, Dad? Everyone knows you're loaded, but I never saw any benefit. You made me go to the local school when you could afford private fees. That school made me what I am. No one owes you a living, son. You won a scholarship for the public school 6th form." "No, I didn't. Simon paid the fees because you wouldn't. It's the easy route to top universities." "So you're selling me out for 2 years' school fees and a new car?" I put my hand to my forehead. God, where did I go wrong with you? Simon and Jackie stood up. Simon turned to me. "Jeff, I know this is a lot to take in. We should leave you alone for a while." He offered his right hand, but maybe he forgot I was left-handed. "Strictly business, Jeff. Nothing personal." I gripped his right hand and punched him with my left, knocking him to the floor. "You've stolen my company and family. Of course, it's personal. Now get out of my house." I looked at Jackie. Are you planning to marry him? Yes, as soon as the divorce is final. Remember, Jackie, when a man marries his mistress, it creates a vacancy. What do you mean? I'm sure you'll figure it out. Maybe Simon will help you. Jackie helped Simon up, and they walked out. Hyun followed silently. As I closed the door, I felt empty. My life had revolved around my wife and company since university. Later, my son became important. In less than an hour, it was all gone. On TV, people in my position reach for a bottle. I never understood that. I drink when I'm happy, and I certainly wasn't. I sat trying to decide what to do, but no answers came. I wandered the house trying to find something to feel happy about. It got dark, then light again, but it meant nothing. I heard the phone ringing somewhere, but I ignored it. I remembered holidays in Cornwall with my parents. Both were dead, but the happiness of those times pulled at me. I knew I had to go there. I walked out of the house. I ended up on the beach where I'd played as a child and where I met you. I didn't know why I was there. It didn't make me happy. It just made me miss my parents more. The tide was going out and I walked into the ocean. It seemed fitting to end my empty life in a place full of happy memories. As I walked further, suddenly she was there, standing in the sea. She was about 5'10", with long dark hair and a white swimsuit. She looked at me and spoke. This is not the way, Jeff. Turn around and let's go back. Why? What's the point? There's no reason to go back. There is always a reason to live. There are things you have to do, people you have to meet. What are you talking about? And how do you know my name? I'm talking about you. It's not your time. If you go further, I'll have to save you. Turn around and come with me. She offered her hand. Come with me, Jeff. Who are you? Do I know you? My name is Vanessa, and no, you don't know me. But I know you. Please come with me. I took her hand and turned to follow her. She walked gracefully out of the waves. I guess she was about 35. She led me to a house in the dunes, an old colonial-style bungalow. She took me inside, let go of my hand, and disappeared for a few minutes. When she returned, she handed me a towel and directed me to the bathroom for a shower. Still in a daze, I slowly moved to the bathroom. Suddenly she was there, helping me out of my clothes and into the shower. I just stood under the water, not moving. She joined me in the shower, washing my hair and hugging me as she washed my back. You're in shock, but don't worry, I can fix you. You look like you haven't slept in days, she said as she led me to the bedroom. We'll deal with that first. Still unclothed, she put me to bed. I woke up gently. It was dark outside. Jackie's arm was around me, and I thought it had all been a terrible dream. I turned to Jackie and ran my hand up her body. Something felt wrong. I reached for the bedside lamp, but it wasn't there. I panicked. What's going on, Jack? Where are we? The light came on, and I saw it wasn't Jackie. It was Vanessa. Everything came flooding back. Oh, God. It wasn't a dream, was it? Vanessa took my chin and kissed me. No, Jeff. It wasn't a dream. It all happened. But it doesn't have to be as bad as you think. Look at me, Jeff. Don't you like what you see? Yes, you're beautiful. Any man would be lucky to wake up with you, but you're not the woman I love. Are you still in love with her? I don't know anymore. She doesn't love me. Don't be too hard on her or yourself, Jeff. You know why he seduced her. The question is, do you want her back? I don't think so. She chose Simon over me. I'd always feel second best. She kissed me. Never think of yourself as second best, Jeff. Now, are you going to use this weapon? Or do I have to wait another day? What do you mean another day? It's 2 a.m., you've been sleeping for 30 hours straight. I'm a normal woman with normal needs, and it's been a long time for me. When I share a bed with a hot man, I get excited. Vanessa pulled me closer and kissed me deeply. I'm sorry, Vanessa. Can we take it slower? I'm not sure I can handle this yet. She smiled and kissed my forehead. So that's not a no, just a not now. I need to use the bathroom. When I returned to bed, Vanessa was asleep or pretending to be. I got into bed and spooned her. I slept fitfully and woke at 7 a.m. to the smell of coffee. I saw Vanessa passing the end of the passage wearing a short silk robe. She brought 2 cups of coffee to the bedroom. Jeff hesitated, unsure how much to tell her. His mind wandered back to memories of Vanessa. She put his coffee on the nightstand and kissed him. Well, that was a pleasant surprise, she whispered. Your wife was lucky. She thinks she still is with a new lover now. I know all about it, Jeff. It's her loss. How can you say that? I hardly know you. He lay down beside her. She stroked his face. And that's what you do for someone you hardly know. I can only imagine what it's like for someone you care for. Take my word, it's her loss. Now, How about breakfast and then a swim? Jeff was nudged back to the present by Helen. Yes, I made love to her for nearly 6 weeks. We went to the beach, swam, worked on our tans, and spent nights making love. Sometimes even in the middle of the day. In the evenings, we talked. I told her how empty I felt, having built a company and made money, but losing my family and company. Vanessa wouldn't hear of it. She listed my achievements and the people who benefited from my efforts. Her desire for me boosted my self-esteem. I developed feelings for her, but she insisted a relationship was impossible. As the days shortened, she said she had to leave soon. The night before she left, we talked. She said I needed to go back and reclaim my life. You're not a man who gives up. You came here because you weren't in your right mind. Now you can take your life in a new direction. That night, we made love tenderly. The next day, she drove me to the station in her white Audi Quattro, an amazing car. We said our goodbyes. How will I know when you're back? I asked. Look for me on the beach. If I come back, that's where I'll be. So, said Helen, Vanessa is the person you owe, and I guess, indirectly, I owe her my life too. Yes, you could say that. If it wasn't for her, I wouldn't have been on that beach. And if I hadn't been there, I wouldn't have recognized the look in your eyes, Jeff replied. And you couldn't let me do it because you owed Vanessa, Helen surmised. That's not entirely true. I could never have let you do it, Jeff corrected her. I know. Things are never that bad. I had to make you see that, Helen said softly. So what happened when you went back? And why didn't you ever find Vanessa? She asked, curiosity shining in her eyes. Jeff took a deep breath, preparing to share his story. This is where the story gets strange. I realized something was off on the train ride home. I bought a newspaper to catch up on the 6 weeks I'd been away, with no radio, TV, or papers. I was shocked to see that the stories from the day my life fell apart were still in the news. According to the newspaper, only 10 days had passed. I was convinced it was an old paper, so I went to find the newspaper seller. He insisted it was the current issue and pointed out the date. I checked my train ticket and it showed the same date as the paper. Embarrassed and confused, I went back to my seat. When the conductor came by, he confirmed the date on my ticket. I tried to accept it and continued with the crossword. I got home mid-afternoon to find my answering machine flashing. The first few messages were trivial. Then my secretary left a message asking me to call her urgently, even giving her home number. Then Jackie's worried voice pleaded for me to pick up. My solicitor left a message saying we needed to talk. More messages from my secretary followed, expressing her concern for my well-being. My wife, Jackie, left another message, saying she still loved me and needed to know I was safe. It was painful to hear. I knew I wouldn't call her back. I called my solicitor, Stuart McKinsey, who had been with my company from the start. He confirmed that Jackie and a man named Hamilton had tried to access company files, claiming I was no longer CEO. He had blocked them until he heard from me. Stuart also froze my bank accounts to protect my assets. I told him everything was true and arranged to meet him the next day to sign papers and discuss my options. Next, I called Janet, my loyal secretary. She was relieved to hear from me and explained how she wanted to quit, but stayed because she needed the salary. I assured her she did the right thing. We arranged to have lunch the next day, and I promised to help her find a new job. I even decided to give her my car. That night, I slept well for the first time since everything happened. The next day, I met Stuart, signed the necessary papers, and lifted the freeze on my accounts. He recommended a divorce lawyer to protect my assets. We devised a plan, and he assured me he would handle everything. Lunch with Janet was emotional. I gave her job leads and handed over my car keys. At the bank, I transferred half of the joint account to my personal account and surrendered my card for the joint account. I arranged for a charity to pick up the furniture from the house and listed the house with an estate agent. I bought a mobile phone and took a taxi to a hotel. The answering machine had another message from Jackie, begging me to talk to her, admitting she made a mistake. I knew talking to her wouldn't help, so I ignored the call. Within a few days, I found a furnished flat in UKI. Stuart found a broker to sell my shares in the company gradually to get the best price. Simon wanted to buy them, but I was determined to sell at market value. In UKI, I spent my time looking for Vanessa. I visited the beach daily, but never saw her. I found the remains of the house where we stayed, learning from a local that it had burned down a year ago. The local newspaper confirmed that Vanessa and her husband had lived there, but he had drowned himself, and Vanessa had disappeared. I realized Vanessa wasn't coming back in a way that allowed a relationship. I kept visiting the beach, feeling drawn to it. Eventually, I bought a house and an ailing motorcycle dealership nearby, indulging a passion from my youth. I spent much of my free time on that beach, waiting for Vanessa, even though I knew she wouldn't return, Jeff explained. Helen squeezed his arm. Did you ever see her again? She asked. No, not until the night I met you. I thought I saw her coming out of the surf just as we were about to leave the beach. It was only for a second, then she was gone, Jeff replied. Were you in love with her, Jeff? Helen inquired. No, I don't think so. I liked her a lot, and she was very beautiful. But I felt I owed her something. She gave me so much in those 6 weeks or 10 days, whichever it was. I'd have done anything to give something back to her, Jeff said, his voice tinged with nostalgia. Do you have her photo? Helen asked. Jeff took out his wallet and showed the picture he got from the newspaper office. Helen looked at it, and the blood drained from her face. I've seen her, Jeff. I've seen her twice. She was the waitress in the fish and chip shop. I met her again when you took me clothes shopping. She was in the fitting rooms and told me what a good man you were, Helen said, her voice trembling. Do you think she's looking after us? Jeff asked, his eyes widening. Well, if she brought you to me, I need to thank her again, Helen said softly. Maybe she didn't bring me to you, but she made sure you were there for me, Jeff suggested. The public address announced Helen's train. They walked to the platform and kissed like teenagers. Helen, are you really coming back? Jeff asked, holding her close. You bet I am. I have to sort everything out. I don't know how long it will take, but as soon as it's done, I'll be back, Helen promised. What about you, Jeff? You're not going to disappear like Vanessa? Helen asked, her eyes searching his. No, I'll be here. I'll wait as long as it takes, Jeff assured her. He kissed her again as she got on the train. A tear came to his eye as the doors closed and the train started to move. He waved until he could see her no more, then returned to his car and drove to work. On August 2nd, 2003, Jeff was in his element. He turned off the hose and admired his pride and joy. The Vincent Black shadow gleamed in the sunlight. Jeff started drying the paint and chrome work with a chamois leather. He noticed a taxi pull up, but didn't look. He knew who it would be. She'd been asking about him in UKI. She stopped on the other side of the bike and waited for him to get up. Jeff continued polishing. It's been a long time, Jeff. You're looking good, the familiar voice said. He stood up and wiped his hands with his rag. He looked her up and down. The past years hadn't been kind to her. She was about 20 pounds heavier, and even her face looked fatter. You're not looking so bad yourself, Jack, Jeff replied, his tone neutral. You don't need to flatter me. I know how I look, Jack said, her voice carrying a hint of resignation. So, what brings you here? Was the divorce settlement not good enough? I gave you $250,000 from the house. You kept your company shares. Stuart Mackenzie said you were happy with the lump sum for Ian's child support. No, it's nothing like that. You were very fair, all things considered. Look, we can't discuss things out here. Let's go inside. For the first time since she arrived, he noticed she was carrying a briefcase. Curious, he invited her inside. She looked around. This is nice, Jeff. A good-sized garden, I see. And you've got 3 bedrooms? Or is it 4? Only 3. But you didn't come all the way down here to look at my house. What do you want? Jeff set the coffee machine going and waited. It's you I want. I've come to ask you to come back. Jeff stopped in his tracks, his mouth open in shock. Jackie laughed. No, I didn't mean that. I'm not asking you to come back to me, though I would if I thought it would work. I'd even beg. But I know I burned my bridges with those divorce papers. It wasn't until I lost you that I realized what I really wanted. You know the saying, you don't miss your water till your well runs dry. You lost me as soon as I guessed you'd been with Simon. You acted like lovers on that sofa. That was enough for me. How is Ian? I gather he's firmly hitched his team to Simon's wagon. I tried to stop him, Jeff. Really, I did. But he's an adult now. If he wants to change his name, I can't stop him. He still looks up to Simon, Jack said, her voice filled with frustration. Give him time. He's still young, Jeff replied calmly. He's had 7 years. I think that's long enough, Jack countered. What about you? I gather it didn't work out with Simon, Jeff asked, probing gently. Do you remember what you said to me as we went out the door? Jack asked, her voice trembling slightly. I do, and it came back to haunt me. When a man marries his mistress, it creates a vacancy, Jeff quoted, the words heavy with irony. It only took him a year to fill that vacancy. It didn't help that I was still in love with you. You never asked me why I did it. I've asked myself several times, and I still don't know. He was just so damn persuasive. The silver tongue doesn't cut it once you're spending all your time together. Once I caught him cheating, it was over, Jack confessed, bitterness seeping into her voice. So what's happening now? Have you found someone else? Jeff asked, curious about her current life. There have been a couple over the last 5 years, but they didn't go anywhere. You're a hard act to follow, Jeff. You were always a good husband. I was a fool letting that prick convince me you were playing around, Jack admitted, regret evident in her tone. I never did. You were all I wanted in a wife. I had no need for anyone else, Jeff responded, sincerity in his eyes. I know that now, but it's too late, isn't it? Jack asked, her voice softening with the realization. Yes, way too late. So this visit isn't about us. What is it about? Jeff asked, steering the conversation back to the present. We want you to come back to the company. We can offer you your old job back, and you'll have a free hand. You can take the company in any direction you want, Jack explained. You keep saying we, Jack. Who is we? Jeff inquired, suspicion creeping into his voice. The board and the bank. The company is in trouble. The bank won't lend any more money unless we put together a credible diversification plan. We've tried, but the clients don't believe we have the expertise to deliver. We need someone with credibility, Jeff. We need you, Jack pleaded. What does Simon have to say about this? Jeff asked, his brow furrowing. He's okay with it. But it wouldn't matter if he wasn't. He still only has 30%. Thanks to the divorce settlement, I have 35%. The rest of the board and the bank support me. I even brought a contract, Jack said, pulling a document from her bag and handing it to Jeff. Jeff poured the coffee and brought 2 cups to the table. He took a sip and addressed Jackie. What makes you think I want to come back? I'm happy here. I have friends here, and I don't need to come back. Come on, Jeff. You can't be happy running a motorbike shop. It allows you to indulge your passion, but it can't stimulate your brain. Jeff stopped looking at her and stared over her shoulder. She turned to see a Toyota MPV pull up. A slim redhead got out, opened the back door, and helped 2 copper-haired children out of the car. They walked towards the front door. Jeff got up and walked towards the door. Are you expecting visitors? Jackie asked. No, I'm not, Jeff said as he opened the door. 2 children ran in and grabbed his legs. Daddy, why didn't you come swimming with us today? The little boy asked. Jeff squatted down to talk to him. Because, little man, I was expecting a visitor who came all the way from London. Is she here now, Daddy? Asked the little girl. Yes, darling. She is sitting over there at the table, Jeff replied. Jeff stood up and hugged the young woman, kissing her. Jackie felt a twinge of jealousy seeing them together. We missed you at the pool today, Helen said, putting her arm around his waist. Are you going to introduce us? They walked back to the table. As Jackie offered her hand, Jeff made the introductions. Jackie, this is Helen. Helen, this is my ex-wife, Jackie. And these 2 are Daniel and Vanessa. He bent down to the children. This is the lady Daddy was married to before he met Mommy. Helen shook Jackie's hand, then embraced her. Nice to meet you. I owe you so much. Jackie looked puzzled. What could you possibly owe me? Him. These 2. My life, basically. If it wasn't for you, none of this would have happened, Helen explained. Well, Helen, if you're trying to make me feel like a stupid witch, you're doing a great job. I didn't see a wedding ring, Jackie responded, a hint of sarcasm in her voice. Once bitten, twice shy, Jackie, Helen replied lightly. Jeff, were you expecting me today? Jackie asked. After you booked your taxi last night, someone called to say you'd be coming. Like I said, I have real friends here who care about me. Now, what's the real reason you're here? Jeff asked, getting to the point. I told you I want you to come back, Jackie insisted. You can't have him back. He's mine now, Helen called from the laundry room. The company is in trouble, Jeff. We've been made an offer, but it's all or nothing. I only own 35% of the shares. Simon has 30% and the other 35% belongs to 4 shareholders. They all want to sell. Even Simon is considering it. The bank wants us to sell to settle our overdraft. I really did come to ask you to come back. If you do, I can get the others to back me and the bank will give us more time, Jackie explained, desperation in her voice. Sell, Jackie. Just let it go. Get the best deal you can, Jeff advised. I don't want to. That company is my last link to our old life, Jeff. I don't want to, Jackie pleaded. Let it go. Take the offer, Jack. Let the past go, Jeff repeated, trying to convince her. They won't take on our debts. I'll be left with less than $100,000. Simon will have nothing. He remortgaged his house to buy some of your shares, then lost them to me in the divorce settlement. Please, Jeff, come back and help us rebuild the company. You've done it before. If we let you do it your way, we wouldn't be in this mess. You can't be happy being a motorcycle dealer. You're capable of so much more, Jackie implored, her eyes filling with tears. Take the offer, Jack. I'm happy here. I like what I do. Yes, I'm capable of more than selling motorbikes. That's why I have my finger in so many other pies. Just go home, take the money, and move on. Helen came back into the room. Jackie, I'm about to start lunch. Would you like to join us? I'm sure Jeff would be happy to drive you back to town later. Jackie looked at Jeff and realized she was wasting her time. No, thank you. I must be going. Thank you for your time, Jeff. She took out her phone and called for a taxi. No sooner had Jackie left than Helen walked up to Jeff, put her arms around his neck, and kissed him. You are a very naughty man, Jeff Cockburn. She doesn't know, does she? And you're not going to tell her, are you? Right on both counts, Jeff said, grinning. The last time I found something that amusing was when my ex-husband's baby came out brown. Of course, you getting me pregnant made it all the more enjoyable. Like you said, I'm a very naughty man. On September 29th, 2003, some employees of Cockburn Software Solutions noticed the bearded guy at the back of the lunchroom looked familiar, but their main focus was the slim redhead beside him, looking elegantly hot in her two-piece suit. Helen waited for everyone to assemble and close the door. Ladies and gentlemen, you know CSS has been experiencing financial difficulties. I'm pleased to announce that as of 9 a.m., that uncertainty has been removed. This company has been taken over by Wellard Data Services. She paused as whispers spread through the room. Wellard is a company built over the last 6 years to address the need for online data storage foreseen by our founder. We own 2 large server farms, one in Reading and one in Edinburgh. Much of our business comes from companies wanting to disaster-proof their data. We've acquired CSS to add value by providing online bespoke programs. This won't yield immediate profits, so we need to release assets tied up in this company. To that end, we are selling this building and relocating to Truro. No way, shouted a voice from the crowd. Excuse me, sir. You are Ian Hamilton, project manager, and there's no way you're moving us to the back of Beyond. I'll take it to the board if I have to. Jeff stood up. What code do you write, Mr. Hamilton? Ian thought he recognized the voice, and the bearded man looked familiar. I don't write code. I'm a project manager. Well, Mr. Hamilton, all our project managers also write code, so the invitation to move to Truro with us won't be open to you. As for taking it to the board, you just have. I own Wellard, and now I own CSS. Again, I am the board, Mr. Hamilton. What I say goes, and I say we move to Truro. We will get enough from the sale of the London properties to pay salaries until we develop new products. If you visit Human Resources at the end of this meeting, they will tell you about the statutory severance package. Ian now knew who he was dealing with and left the room. Jeff continued, If anyone else feels the same as my son, you're welcome to join him. We hope to take most of you with us, but that's your choice. We will offer a generous relocation package. As Miss McAllister mentioned, this building will be sold, along with the 2 company flats occupied by young Mr. Hamilton and another young lady. We're bringing in our own management team. You've met Miss McAllister, our chief accountant. Some of you who've been with CSS for 7 years or more will recognize the returning staff. Mr. Simon Hamilton and Mr. Cockburn no longer have roles here. I'll meet with all department heads this afternoon to outline the way forward. If you have questions, Miss McAllister will answer them. Thank you. Jeff left the room and found Simon Hamilton in what had been his office. Good morning, Simon. Packing up? He asked. Well, I wasn't, but if you want this office, I'll move. Nice beard, Jeff. If you hadn't spoken, I wouldn't have recognized you, Simon replied. Yes, I'd like you to vacate the office and the premises, Jeff said firmly. Janet, Jeff's old secretary, handed Simon a box for his belongings. I thought you'd keep me on. It'll cost too much to get rid of me. I'll enforce my contract, Simon threatened. Simon, you should have read the sale contract. The previous owners are responsible for senior management contracts. You'll be suing yourself if you try. What's the problem? You got $85,000 from the sale, Jeff pointed out. Yeah, and I owe more than 4 times that on my house. I remortgaged it to buy some of your shares, Simon admitted, frustration in his voice. I wouldn't worry, Simon. You'll get another job soon. Maybe my son will share his redundancy pay with you since you shared your name with him, Jeff said sarcastically. You haven't fired him, have you? I can't believe you'd be that vindictive, Simon said, shocked. I didn't have to. He fired himself saying he wouldn't go to Truro, Jeff replied coolly. Simon packed his things while Jeff waited. He picked up the box and moved towards the door. This is all strictly business, nothing personal, Simon said. Considering shaking Jeff's offered hand, but remembering the broken nose from last time, he decided against it and left. Jeff sat at his old desk, running his hands over the leather top. Janet knocked and entered. "It's so good to see you back where you belong," Janet said warmly. "Thank you, Janet. It's good to have you back. Was your last employer sad to see you go?" Jeff asked. "They offered a generous raise, but I knew who I wanted to work for," Janet replied. "I'm glad you're with us in Truro. Is it okay with your husband?" Jeff asked. "Oh, yes, sir. We plan to retire in Cornwall. Now we're empty nesters. There's nothing keeping us here. He's already been offered a job," Janet explained. "Janet, don't you think you've known me long enough to call me Jeff?" Jeff suggested. "I couldn't do that, Mr. Cockburn. It wouldn't be right. Is there anything you need, sir?" Janet responded. "Not now, Janet. Take an early lunch and be back by 2 p.m., Jeff said. "Yes, sir, thank you." Janet returned moments later. "Miss McAllister is here to see you, sir," she announced. "Send her in, Janet, and then go to lunch," Jeff instructed. Helen walked in, smiling. Jackie was right about one thing. "That woman's sweet on you," she teased. "She's a great secretary. That's what matters," Jeff replied. "I suppose this makes you my boss now. I have a fantasy about my boss where I make a mistake and he punishes me for it," Helen said playfully. "How does he punish you?" Jeff asked, amused. "I'd leave that to him, sir," Helen said, her eyes twinkling. Jeff stood up. "I'm sorry, sir. I'll try to do better, but I have to be punished, don't I?" she continued, pretending to be contrite. "Indeed you do," Jeff said, slapping the other cheek with a smile. "Whatever you say, sir. You're the boss," Helen replied, enjoying the game. "Now, Miss McAllister, I hope you've learned something from your mistake," Jeff said, continuing the role play. "Oh, I have, sir. I've learned that I'd better make more of them," Helen said, leaning in closer. "And what would your husband say about that?" Jeff asked. "I don't have a husband, sir. My partner was too damaged by his ex-wife to try again," Helen replied. "The man's a fool. Why don't you marry me?" Jeff proposed suddenly. "But what about my children, sir?" Helen asked, pretending to be concerned. "I'll adopt them." He pulled her close. "In that case, sir, the answer is yes," Helen said. They laughed at their role-playing and shared a kiss. They were interrupted by the door opening. A tall, elegant woman with a ponytail and a black suit smiled at them. "Vanessa," they said in unison. She smiled, blew them a kiss, and left. The couple looked at each other. "That was her, wasn't it, Jeff?" Helen asked, her eyes wide with wonder. He nodded. "You saw her too? She was real. I didn't dream her." "If she wasn't real, we both had the same dream. I think she was saying goodbye. Maybe she thinks we don't need her anymore," Helen suggested. "Now I'll have to be your guardian angel," Jeff said, pulling her closer. "Only if you'll let me be yours for the rest of our lives," Helen replied, her voice soft and full of love. "It's a deal," Jeff said as they locked their lips in a passionate kiss.